Good? All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. Today is Monday, June 16th, 2025. It is 9 a.m. All council members are present. Town manager, town attorney, and interim deputy town clerk Jason is here today. If you please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Be with us today as we consider and take actions for the overall good of the town of Fort Myers Beach. Help us choose the wisest and best direction to take, and help us arrive at those directions with interactions that are dignified, respectful, and well-informed. Thank you for the solemn honor of serving the public in our roles, and continue to bless those who are fortunate to live and work here. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next we have the approval of the final agenda. The only thing that is not on here is we will have a hard stop at 11:50 today, and then we will reconvene at 12:50. So for an hour today, from 11:50 to 12:50, we will be taking a break. Is there any other changes to the final agenda?
Move to approve.
Second. Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is public comment. Jason?
I have nobody signed up for general comment.
All right, public comment. Does anyone in the audience like to speak for public comment? Just a reminder, if you're going to speak for any one of the public hearings, if you want your testimony to be part of that record and part of that hearing, to save your comments, you can certainly speak now, but save your comments that you want for the record for those public hearings. Yes, sir, come on up.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for not signing up. I'll be very brief. My name's Kyle DeSico. I'm the president and CEO of Sanibel Captiva Community Bank. And I just briefly wanted to come here at this venue and introduce myself to all of you. I know a lot of us have met, but I have not met all of you in this setting before. We're excited to be here. We feel extremely welcome by the community. We're very excited. I'm joined here by our branch manager, Deb Mooneyham, who's already here temporarily in our temp space on Lovers Lane, in the access title space. And this is not by any means an advertisement, just to say thank you to the town of Fort Myers Beach for welcoming us so much, and we're excited to start construction here in 2026. So thank you.
Very nice. Welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Local achievements and recognitions. Counselor Safford?
Well, first and foremost, Mayor, Town Manager, that was a great event on Saturday. It was fantastic. The community got pulled together. We had 15,000 flags, and it was fantastic. So kudos to you guys for coming up with this and pulling it off in 2 or 3 weeks. And thanks to Ed at Beach Talk Radio for his help as well.
Anything else?
No.
Counselor Woodson?
Took the words right out of my mouth. It was great, great event all day. And then we also had the Mountain House ribbon cutting for the Water Foundation. That was right after that. Beautiful day out on the dock. Getting the expert lesson on how that whole thing works. And yeah, so it was a good weekend.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I confess I was up in Wisconsin at a family wedding, but from afar they all looked like wonderful events, and so I will ditto that as well.
Were you freezing up there?
It was actually quite a bit cooler up there, which was very nice.
So political. Counselor King?
I'll just echo those comments and thank town staff for their hard work involved. Fire department for being there, Commissioner Mullica, Lee County Sheriff's Office with their honor guard was great. And again, thanks for everything.
Very good. Yep. I will not reiterate everything that's already been said. We've got a pretty long agenda, so thank you, Will, for the idea. I think that was a great idea. The execution was how it happened in 2 weeks. I'll never know, but I guess a lot of people come together and good things happen. All right. Next, we will move on to advisory committees, items, reports, and appointments. Is there anyone, Jason, is there anyone here?
Nobody?
Oh, okay. Next is the approval of the minutes from the town council meeting of May 28th, 2025, and the town council meeting from June 2nd, 2025.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is our consent agenda. We have 3 items on the consent agenda. The first being a resolution 25-203 for CDBG DR organizational change notifications for DR 10263 Parks, Facilities, and Recreation Revitalization. The second is for resolution 25-204 for CDBG DR organizational change notification DR 10262 North Island Water Tower. And the last one is for resolution 25-205 for CDBG DR organizational change notification DR 10157 for the Recovery and Resilience Planning Project. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next, I wasn't prepared. I need my cheat sheet. I was gonna say, if we weren't moving, I would just keep these stapled right to the desk. All right, the next, we're in our public hearings, and the next 4 hearings
Yes.
are quasi-judicial. If any town council member has had any ex parte communicate, oh, we gotta go through the attorney's thing first. Where are we at? There we go. The next 4 items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests for the benefit of the public. Please be aware that these items are quasi-judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for whatever it's worth, the last public hearing that you have is legislative, so that one, the process is a little bit different. So these zoning revisions, these rezonings, they are quasi-judicial in nature, and this requires that today's public hearing comply with the procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So these quasi-judicial proceedings, they are less formal than proceedings before circuit court, but they are more formal than the remainder of your meeting. And we must follow basic standards of due process that require certain notices to have been distributed, the application of the correct standards, and your decision to be made on competent substantial evidence that is presented to you either in written or through oral testimony. Your responsibility today is to evaluate the testimony and the information that you receive for each item, and then draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. So pure speculation or mere opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot be legally considered by you in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who have been qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered to be competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that they give to you based on their personal knowledge and information. Your decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained, or if the vote results in a tie from a motion to approve or deny, then the matter being considered is denied unless a majority of the council members present and voting agree by motion before the next agenda item is called to take some alternative action. Should you choose to deny an application or request, the reason for the denial should be stated in the motion, as well as whether or not it is denied with prejudice or without. Any denial must not be based on a determination of public support or opposition to an application. The reason for the denial cannot be arbitrary, discriminatory, or unreasonable, and should be based on the lack of competent and substantial evidence. So members of the public, if you do intend to speak, please keep my comments in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, and whether or not you've been sworn in your qualifications or your interest in the matter. So for purposes of efficiency, before we begin the 4 quasi-judicial public hearings, I would like to go ahead and, for the record, dispose of a few items. I need to ask our deputy town clerk, have all agenda items been properly noticed pursuant to our land development code?
Yes.
And also, at this time, I need to ask town council, do any of you have a conflict of interest that would prohibit you from voting on any of these items under Florida law? If you could disclose that at this time so that we can make sure that we have a quorum present for review of that item when it is heard.
Counselor Safford?
I do not.
Counselor Woodson?
I have none.
Vice Mayor Hall?
None.
And Counselor King?
None.
I do have one for each item A and B for the Lighthouse. My partner and I have a business agreement with the applicant. And I have filled out both of my Form 8s and given them to our deputy clerk.
Okay, and with the mayor's abstention from voting, we still have a quorum present, so we can proceed. At this time, if there is anyone in the audience, including the applicant, owner, staff, who intends to provide testimony for any of these quasi-judicial hearings, if you would please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, Mayor.
All right. The first quasi-judicial item is the second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 2510. This is an ordinance of the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying an amendment to the commercial plan development CPD zoning previously approved by resolution 18-17 for the parcel located at 1051 Fifth Street, generally identified as strap number 24-46-23-W3-00205.0060, to add and rezone a parcel located at 1060 3rd Street, generally identified as strap number 24-46-23-W3-00203.0150 in Fort Myers Beach from downtown to CPD, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor Safford?
Since the last meeting, I've had absolutely no interaction other than a few unauthorized site visits on my own. And I also have not honestly received any emails, either for nor against.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
Same for me, and I have had my own off-site visit.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing additional since the first reading.
Or
Counselor King?
on-site visit, I guess it is.
Counselor King?
Also nothing since the first reading.
Okay. Is it gonna be you, Jude? Okay. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on her education and experience. It has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time?
Good morning,
Meg.
Mayor. For the record, Megan Strayhorn, legal counsel. We do have 2 experts for you all today. We have Mr. Patrick Vaness as well as Rachel Hansen from the Neighborhood Company, both of which are certified planners and have previously been deemed experts in their field.
Okay, and has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff?
Yes, we have.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Go ahead, Judith.
Good morning, Judith Frankel with Community Development. We're going to hear 2 ordinances today regarding the Lighthouse Island Resort. The first one is to expand the boundary of the existing CPD. The applicant, Neighborhood Company, on behalf of the property owner, Lighthouse Island Resort, Inc., is requesting to expand the boundary of the existing CPD as approved in Resolution 18-17. The requested expansion would add the parcel located at 1060 3rd Street. This parcel was previously operated as a 3-unit vacation rental property and is currently designated as downtown zoning. The 2 parcels total 1.87 acres and are located directly east of the Matanzas Pass Bridge. Both properties have a future land use designation of pedestrian commercial. And the main parcel of the CPD abuts San Carlos Boulevard and Fifth Street and has a current designation of commercial plan development. The inclusion of this parcel at 1060 3rd into the existing CPD will allow the entire resort to operate within one zoning district with consistent regulations. The land uses across both 3rd Street and Crescent Street are residential in nature. Land Development Code sections 34-85B and C and section 34-2162 set forth the required consideration and findings for the approved rezoning, for the approval of a rezoning. Complete review of this criteria is found in the staff report. What I would like to note of importance is that the requested expanded boundary is consistent with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. The parcels are located, as I said, in the pedestrian commercial future land use, which is intended to be up to 90% commercial. Staff finds the CPD amendment meets the criteria set forth in section 34-85B and C and 34-2162 of the Land Development Code, and staff recommends approval of this application.
Questions for Judith? Councilor King?
Nothing currently.
Vice Mayor?
None.
Councilor Woodson?
Not at this time.
All right, Councilor Safford?
Not at this time.
All right, thanks, Judith. Megan? I should ask, are you okay that I call you Megan, or do you want me to?
That is
Okay.
perfectly fine. Thank you,
I don't
Mayor.
mean to be rude.
No, not at all. Good morning, council. Unfortunately, Mrs. Jenna Person-Smelica could not be here today, as she is making her way up to Tallahassee to approve the state budget, so I'm standing in her stead. We are here, we do have our team of experts. We believe that this first agenda item is a pretty straightforward request. We had a unanimous approval at LPA, unanimous approval at the first reading, where we did provide a complete presentation. We do ask, we have received the staff report, which is an agreement and recommends approval, and we agree with staff on everything. Mr. Vaness is here if you all would like for him to come up and tell you how he's feeling today, but otherwise we're here for questions.
Oh, that's a loaded question. Councilor King, any questions for Megan or the applicant?
None at this time.
Vice Mayor?
No questions.
Councilor Woodson?
If nothing's changed since the last meeting, I have no questions.
Nothing has changed.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Do you have anyone?
I have nobody signed up.
Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment on this public hearing? Seeing none, we will close public comment. I assume there are no additional comments or rebuttal from the applicants. So I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion or motion?
I'll go ahead and move ordinance 25-10.
Okay, motion by Counselor King,
Second. Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor Safford,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Aye.
and Mayor Adams abstains. The motion carries 4-0. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
The next is the second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-11. This is for 1051 Fifth Street and 1060 3rd Street. It's an ordinance of the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying the commercial plan development CPD zoning amendment for the property located at 1051 Fifth Street and 1060 3rd Street, generally identified as strap numbers 24-46-23-W3-00205.0060 and 24-46-23-W3-00203.0150 in Fort Myers Beach, to amend the existing master concept plan to allow for A, an increase in the number of hotel units, B, 11 deviations, 1 minimum connection separation, 2, exclusion of under-building parking from FAR, 3, increase the height from a monument sign on Fifth Street, 4, internal sign illumination, 5, 40.5 feet height with 4 stories, 6, reduction in street setbacks, 7, mural style sign on the east side, 8, 10-foot monument sign on the corner, 9 mural style sign south, and 10 wayfinding pole sign, and 11 58% reduction in parking requirements, and C, conditions providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Judith Frankel has already been qualified as an expert witness by this town council based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert witness in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time?
Good morning. Again, we all have Mr. Patrick Vaness and Rachel Hansen, certified planners from the neighborhood company.
Okay, and have you seen a copy of the backup material from staff?
We have.
Okay, go ahead,
Thank you.
Judy.
Good morning again. The applicant, Neighborhood Company, on behalf of the property owner, Lighthouse Island Resort, Inc., is requesting to amend the CPD approved in Resolution 18-17 and just expanded through Ordinance 25-10. The requested amendment will alter the master concept plan, schedule of uses, deviations, and conditions for this CPD. The currently approved CPD allows for 75 lodging units with a restaurant, bar, and 5,000 square feet of retail space. The applicant is now requesting 130 lodging units with a relocated restaurant and bar and 500 square feet of retail space accessory to the resort. The current proposal increases the walkability of the downtown core through an improved pathway along the Matanzas Pass Bridge, as well as through the resort from 5th Street to San Carlos Boulevard. The applicant is requesting 11 deviations through this CPD amendment, several of which are necessary to maintain the current conditions at the property. I'm going to briefly run through those 11 deviations, and I will let you know which ones are just to maintain current conditions. So deviation 1 requests relief from Land Development Code Section 10-285A, which requires a minimum connection separation of 125 feet. This deviation is necessary to maintain the current driveway access points for the property, specifically along 5th Street. Deviation 2 requests relief from the FAR requirements of Land Development Code Section 34-633, which includes covered parking in the FAR calculation. Their previous approval specifically listed the exact square footage that they could exclude from the FAR, and this allows them everything under flood that's parking to be excluded from the FAR. Deviation 3 requests relief from Land Development Code Section 30-5A1B33, which allows maximum height of 5 feet for a monument sign, to allow an overall height of 9.7 feet for sign C, which is denoted on the master concept plan along 5th Street. Deviation 4 requests relief from Land Development Code Section 30-5A1B1 for internal illumination. This deviation was previously approved, and there's not any proposed changes now to the existing illuminated signage. Deviation 5 is from Land Development Code Division 4, Table 34-3 for the CR zoning district, which limits height to 30 feet zoned. The applicant is requesting to allow maximum zoned height of 40 feet and 5 inches above base flood elevation, and a maximum of 4 stories, which is 3 stories above flood and 1 level of parking. This will mainly be in Building 5, which is denoted on the master concept plan. Deviation 6 is from Land Development Code Division 4, Table 34-3 for the CR zoning district, which requires street setbacks of 10 feet to instead allow for build-to lines of 0 feet and 6.75 feet. This is more in keeping with the zoning for the downtown district rather than the CR, which is what the code requires when you're doing a CPD, to look at the CR zoning standards. And this will help, will allow them to maintain the existing setbacks. Deviation 7 from Land Development Code Section 30-5A1A, which will allow a maximum of 32 square feet of signage. They are requesting on the east elevation of Building 5, 104 square feet, as depicted on the master concept plan. Deviation 8 from Land Development Code Section 30-5 5A1A, again, which allows 32 square feet maximum signage. This is to allow a mural-style sign on the south elevation of Building 5 of 100 square feet. Building 5 is the building closest to the Matanzas Pass Bridge. Deviation 9, from Land Development Code, Section 30-5A1B33, which allows a maximum height of 5 feet for a monument sign. The applicant is requesting a height of 10 feet for a monument sign at the corner of Crescent and Fifth Street, which is shown on the master concept plan. Deviation 10, again, relates to signage. Land Development Code Section 30-816, which prohibits pole signs. The applicant is requesting a decorative wayfinding pole sign at the corner of 3rd Street and San Carlos Boulevard, just mainly artistic in nature. Deviation 11 is the only deviation where staff asks the council directly to weigh in on the appropriateness of this request. Deviation from Land Development Code Section 34-1804A and Section 34-2020, which regulates parking for hotels, motels, and accessory uses. The applicant is requesting a 58% reduction in the parking requirement for a total of 82 on-site parking spaces. The applicant has stated both in their narrative and in their previous presentation that they are proposing to provide golf cart spaces, 8 golf cart spaces, and 2 bicycle racks. The Land Development Code only gives credit for 1 bicycle rack with a minimum of 4 bicycle parking spaces. So they've offered to provide more than that, but in terms of credit, the Land Development Code limits it to 1 bike rack. The existing CPD was approved with 100 parking spaces for 75 hotel units, 4,300 square feet of restaurant, 420 of office space, and 5,000 of square feet of retail uses. The retail uses have been greatly reduced. They're only requesting 500 square feet for retail accessory to the hotel, and not geared towards outside attraction. There are also 7 on-street parking spaces along Fifth Street adjacent to the resort, but they are public parking spots regulated by the town and not solely for the use of the resort. In considering the deviations, Land Development Code Section 34-2164 asks that all deviations must be approved with modification, or rejected based on a finding that A, each item enhances the achievement of the objectives of the planned development. Staff finds that the requested deviations are related to an efficient functioning of the master concept plan, except for deviation 11. B, the general intent of the chapter to protect the public health, safety, and welfare will be preserved and promoted. Staff finds that the proposed deviations preserve public health. Each deviation operates to the benefit, or at least not to the detriment, of public interest. The deviations are not found to be a detriment to public interest. Each deviation is consistent with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. The deviations are consistent with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. Further, in considering the rezoning in general, we're required to look at Land Development Code Section 34-85B and C and 34-216-2 for the required considerations and findings. A complete review of the criteria is found in the staff report. However, it's important to note that the CPD amendment is consistent with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. The requests, including but not limited to the increased density and height request, are consistent with the comprehensive plan. Of specific note is policy 4C4 on building heights taller than the standard height limit. Additional height is being requested here. However, the town's comprehensive plan allows for additional height through the policy for parcels that are contiguous with taller buildings. In this case, the Lighthouse Island Resort currently allows a maximum height of 37 feet above base flood elevation. Margaritaville, directly south of the subject property, allows for a maximum of 4 stories or 40 feet, as well as this site is directly next to the Matanzas Pass Bridge. The proposed amendment is requesting a zoned height of 40 feet and 5 inches above base flood, which is consistent with the neighboring buildings and structures. Staff recommend that the town council consider the parking space reduction request in deviation 11 and determine if that is appropriate for the site or if that request should be altered. A minimum of 1 parking space per room, 130, would better accommodate guests and employees. The applicant is offering programmatic alternatives to driving for both guests and employees, but staff is not able to evaluate the effectiveness of those policies at this time. Staff find that the CPD amendment meets the criteria set forth in section 34-85B-C and 34-216-2 of the Land Development Code. If town council determines that deviation 11 is appropriate, staff recommends approval with conditions of this application. I did want to note that together with the applicant, we have made some slight changes to the conditions of approval to the version that's in your packet. I believe the applicant is going to walk through them. They're really very minor grammatical, just punctuation kind of adjustments, nothing really substantial. But I think we can have a copy of that for you, but nothing particular of note there in those adjustments.
Okay. John, questions for Judith?
None currently.
Vice Mayor?
Judith, I was curious, the applicant's asking for 55 additional lodging units.
Mhm.
What would the applicant be entitled to by right?
So this is an interesting situation because, and I don't have their parking calculation in front of me, they could walk through that. The area had originally, when the area was first developed, been parceled as single-family residential. And so there are a number of residential individual lots, and it was included in their packet there. I believe there's 20 residential, they'll let you know the exact number. But, so because there were, I think it was 20 underlying parcelization there, what they've done is they've calculated the equivalency factor based on that underlying original parcelization of the area. So if it's 20 residential units, then they would be allowed to multiply that in the code by the equivalency factor. So the equivalency factor, if it's a unit, for a lodging unit that's less than 450 square feet, because the code differentiates based on size of the hotel unit, I believe it's a multiplier of 3. So 3 times 20, 60, and what they're requesting based on that underlying platting is an equivalency factor of 9.1 to get to the 130. What staff had said previously, what we discussed at the last meeting, is that that equivalency factor is not really an apples to apples comparison in terms of actual density provided, because there's other nearby lots that we've talked about that didn't have that underlying residential platting, so they couldn't utilize that framework. The comprehensive plan limits density in most places to 6 units per acre, unless there are some special circumstances.
I appreciate that explanation, but you didn't answer the question. How many rooms are they allowed, how many additional rooms are they allowed by right?
So
They've asked-
additional
they've-
over the 75?
Right, they've asked for 55 additional
Right.
new rooms. What would they be allowed by right?
Without any deviation, they would not be allowed any more units. 75, I believe, is already over the by right maximum.
Okay, I'm just curious for the record.
Mhm.
This is 55 additional rooms that
Yes.
that would require a CPD process to obtain. Is that fair?
Yes, so the site is already governed by a CPD.
Right.
So there's been several amendments to that CPD over the years. At one point, I think it was originally 72 units, and then they did a transfer of development rights, and they got another 3 units. I don't think those 75 were ever fully built out, but that's what they had approved under 1817.
Okay. Complete non sequitur question to follow. This is just an odd question, but I read a lot about it in the news and in the trades. The driverless vehicle dynamic, does your industry, has it begun to incorporate some of the potential concepts involved in driverless vehicles when you consider parking? How autonomous vehicles will be utilized, how many people will have, their cars will become basically cabs, if you will, or Ubers when they're not using it, and just how it'll really transform potentially society with these driverless vehicles. Is that even discussed in your conferences or your forums, or is that, because it is a paradigm that could completely change how we function as a society, affects traffic, parking. Is it begun to be discussed in your circles? I'll ask Patrick the same question.
I mean, I think somewhat. I would say I have personally not done any research in that, but there's a number of very forward-thinking, in terms of transportation planning, in thinking about those kinds of alternative methods that are kind of fringe right now, but we're likely to see more of moving forward. I don't really have anything substantial to add on that topic. Certainly we could look into it, but I think definitely in transportation planning world, it's
Yes.
Oh, did I
Yes,
forget
we
to ask
were
that?
gonna-
I apologize.
Yeah,
I did.
I was gonna bring it up before, the applicant.
Okay,
His
yeah, I skipped
presentation.
right over that.
Yeah.
Okay, one of those mornings. Yeah, okay. We'll do it now then. Scott, any
Aye.
ex parte communication?
Not since the last meeting, no.
Counselor Woodson?
None since the last meeting.
Vice Mayor?
Same.
Counselor Safford?
No.
Or Counselor King? It's one of those mornings already.
9:39, let the record show.
All right.
Nothing.
See, when I don't get the.
We're gonna we're gonna have to put a jar up there.
No kidding. A reverse swear jar. All right. Megan?
Good morning again, Mayor, Council. Again, Megan Strayhorn for the record. I'm an attorney with Strayhorn and Persons Mullica here on behalf of the applicant property owner. There has been no changes from the first reading until this reading. We come to you with a unanimous LPA approval as well as a unanimous motion to move on to the second hearing from our first presentation. There we did provide a full presentation at the first reading. As Judith had indicated, there are very, very minor revisions made to the conditions of approval, but there are some topics that I'd like to touch on that Judith had touched on prior to getting into those items. So the 40.5 feet that we were requesting for the expansion of the zoned height, this will allow, whether we say 40.5 or 40.5, allowing for that little extra wiggle room. And we are requesting for deviation to 11 to allow for a 58% reduction in the parking. This would amount to 82 on-site parking spaces with the location of this resort. It is right in the core, and the comprehensive plan provides a lot of incentives and opportunities to increase pedestrian engagement and decrease the reliance on motor vehicles. So we are comfortable with providing the 82 parking spaces and do request that deviation. However, if there are further questions, I will be putting Mr. Vanessa on the spot, and we can then hear about how he's feeling today. That's all that I have to touch on regarding the deviations and Judith's comments. Turning to the conditions of approval before you, there are a total of 13 conditions. However, there are only 3 that have been highlighted here. They are not substantive changes. The only reason why I would do this very briefly is because the items that you're looking at is different than what is in the agenda packet and different than any members of the public. So regarding condition 2, rewording that to provide a little bit more clarity of prior to approval of the development orders. Condition 5, rewording the first sentence to now read, the pedestrian walkway that runs along the San Carlos Boulevard / Sky Bridge must be lit for safety. And finally, condition 10 is removing the 5 through 7, so that'll read, at the time of the development order, the architectural elevation sheets will have the lowest horizontal member added on the cross-section details.
Megan, do you want to touch on, you skipped over number 2, there's a minor one-word change, it looks like.
Correct, so we are
Urgent.
adding the word
Okay.
to that, thank you, Mayor. But that's all, and I believe staff's in agreement with that, as stated, they're not substantive, just being nitpicky at this point. But
Megan,
we're here for any questions.
Megan, I have a question. Can you explain number 10? I don't,
Horizontal member.
So there are architectural elevations. One of the reasons why we're asking to remove 5 through 7 is in the event that the sheets change, they are renumbered. But regarding the lowest horizontal member added to the cross-section details, I don't know if perhaps Judith or Pat want to explain.
So it's not a major item. When we talk about zoned height, it's not the height from grade. So it's gonna be the height from base flood elevation to the
Understand that.
mean roof height, right? So we need on the elevations for them to clearly mark where where we were measuring from. So it's not there now on what they provided, which is fine, but they'll provide it at the time of development order.
Okay,
It's
got
just a
it.
cleanup for
all
the
right,
plan.
understand now. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Well, Scott?
That's the only question I had.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
No, I'm good.
Vice Mayor? No. Counselor King?
No questions.
Did you say you had a question for Patrick, though?
Oh, it's a risk having Patrick come in and opine about driverless vehicles. It's a risk.
It is.
Patrick, do you feel strongly about opining, or do you want to pass?
Yeah, it apparently does.
That easy, Pat. That's what I'm hearing.
You feel
Good morning,
this morning?
Patrick Vanass, certified planner with the neighborhood company. Before I get into this, you gave me an opportunity. I just want to say that we have a great town. Today's a beautiful day. Our beach kids are starting sailing camp today. And that's just a perfect example of how we're using the Mountain House, and our nonprofits are coming together and putting these kids in these beautiful little boats, and they're having a great day. So kudos to this town. With that said, yes, planners all over the country are looking at transportation issues and how, I just got 5 credits last year for my continuing education about the whole issue. And there's a lot of debate where I think it's coming, especially planners out in California are already looking into this in detail. There's a bit of a debate in the industry of, obviously it's gonna help for parking. Is it gonna help on a transportation basis, because are the cars gonna be rotating, or are they gonna be parking at big parking areas somewhere outside the cities and coming in? So I think it's still up for debate. But one interesting thing that I learned from that is, we collect gas taxes. And if we have fewer cars, we're gonna have to find another revenue source. So apparently, the way to get the revenue source with automated cars is to control the curb and to charge per linear feet people using the curb. So it is definitely being discussed. Very interesting topic, and we're gonna see more on this in the next few years for sure.
Thank you.
Hold on, Patrick, maybe somebody else has a question for you.
No, but I really like the shirt.
Thank you. Counselor Safford, question?
I love the sailing camp.
Counselor King, any questions for you?
No questions.
All right, thanks, Patrick. All right, we'll now open it up for public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in.
I have nobody signed up.
Is there anyone in the crowd that would like to speak at the public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. I'm assuming there's no rebuttal comments at this time. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mayor, I'll move ordinance 25-11 with the 13 conditions of approval.
We'll get to the discussion part. So we've got a motion by Counselor King,
Second.
second by Counselor Woodson. Discussion. Judith?
Yes, I just wanted to point out on the record, the advertised zoned height was 40.5 feet. And what we have what we've been discussing is 40 feet 5 inches, so it's a discrepancy of 1 inch. I don't have a problem with the 40 feet .5 allowance. Their master concept plan does say 40 feet 5 inches. So I just wanted to put that on the record, so I don't know if
Judith, are you looking for clarification between 40.5 and 40 and a half?
Yes.
It's off by 1 inch. I don't think that that's a problem for staff moving forward, but I did want to clarify, so when you're making the motion, that you're approving the 40 feet .5, 40.5 feet, which is 40 feet and 6 inches.
Okay. Is the motioner aware of that?
It is now.
One more item to clarify, I believe it was 13 deviations that was listed, but we have 11 deviations.
I said 13 conditions of approval.
There we go.
Yeah.
My apologies, yes,
That's all
13
right.
conditions of approval with 11 deviations.
Yes, the
And-
conditions of approval are not listed in the title, but the 11 deviations are.
Very good. All right, we have a motion by Counselor King, a second by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And Mayor Allies abstains. The motion carries 4-0. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Next is item C. This is a quasi-judicial item. It is the second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-12 Salty Crab redevelopment. This is an ordinance of the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying to rezone the property located at 1154 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap number 24-46-23-W3-00011.0000 in Fort Myers Beach from downtown to commercial planned CPD to allow for an increase in floor area ratio from 1.2 to 1.96, decrease street setback from 10 feet to 0 feet, decrease side setbacks from 20 feet to 0 feet, a 100% reduction in parking requirements from 64 spaces to 0 spaces, increase signage from 32 square feet to 115 square feet, and conditions providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor Safford?
I had a Zoom call with Fred from RVI on Friday, and I received one email yesterday, or perhaps Saturday, from the former mayor. Other than that, nothing else.
Counselor Woodson?
I've had no other discussions, but I received the same email. It was actually on Sunday.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Harold?
I don't believe I've received anything since first reading it. If there is an additional email, I'm not sure I've seen it yet, but nothing of consequence.
And Counselor King?
Just the one email that has been referred to already.
Yeah, I had a meeting with Fred via Zoom also since the last hearing, and I don't recall seeing the email that you guys are discussing, so just that one change. Is it gonna be Judith? Okay. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Fred, is there anyone else besides you, Fred? Is there, expert witnesses, do you have any that have changed since the first hearing?
No, same architect and engineer.
Well, just make sure you say your name now that you came up, so.
Oh, Fred Droblik, for the record. No,
All right.
I did not.
All right, thank you. And you have seen has the applicant seen a copy of the backup materials from staff?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Go ahead, Judith.
Good morning, Judith Franco with Community Development. RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture, on behalf of Greg Powers and Clownfish Restaurant Holdings LLC, is requesting a rezoning from downtown to a commercial planned development.
Hold on, Judith. I did see, no, you threw me off when you said, I did see it. I did see the email that they were referring to. So they threw me off when they said former vice mayor. I was thinking of
No,
a different,
former mayor.
or former mayor.
Oh, mayor.
I was thinking of a different former mayor. So yes, I did see that email. Okay.
And to clarify, the applicant originally came in with variances, but because they are asking for a deviation from the FAR requirement, that requires a rezoning. You cannot request a deviation from FAR through a variance alone. So that's why we're bringing you the CPD here. As I said when we had the first reading, when you are doing a commercial plan development, you're required to look at the commercial resort zoning standards, whereas this parcel lies in the downtown zoning. And the downtown zoning essentially makes more sense for this property because of its location. So they've requested a number of deviations because they have to look at that commercial resort standards. And I'll walk you through that when we get there. The request is to rebuild the Salty Crab restaurant, as well as an ice cream shop at 1154 Estero Boulevard, after the existing establishment was destroyed during Hurricane Ian. The proposed CPD includes 5,256 square feet of the property landward of the coastal construction control line. The application was heard by the LPA on May 13th, and the LPA voted 7-0 to approve with conditions. It was suggested at that meeting that the applicant discuss their proposal with Lee County, which I believe that they have done. I'm going to walk through the requested deviations. Deviation 1 from Land Development Code Section 34-654, Table 34-2 for street setbacks. In the CR zoning district, no building or structure shall be placed closer than 10 feet, whereas in the downtown zoning, you would be allowed to come to the property line. So they're requesting to refer back to the downtown zoning standards, which would permit a 0-foot setback. They are proposing to provide shade structures, which would be cantilevered from the front facade to shade the public sidewalk at the front setback. Deviation 2 is from the same code section and table 34-2 for the side setbacks. Again, the CR zoning would require a 20-foot 20-foot side setback, whereas the downtown zoning would allow for a 0-foot setback. Deviation 3 is from the same code section, table 34-2, for floor area ratio. In the CR zoning district, a maximum of 1.2 FAR is allowed, whereas in the downtown zoning district, an FAR of 1.8 is permitted. They are requesting a 1.96 floor area ratio, which is higher than the downtown zoning. They have calculated and requests that it be considered that the loading area and dry storage and circulation areas of the ground floor, when discounted, would result in an FAR of 1.29. Deviation 4 from Land Development Code Section 34-2020 D2A and H for restaurants. This relates to the minimum parking requirements, which would be 8 spaces per 1,000 square feet of floor area, plus outdoor seating. So they would be required 8 spaces per 1,000, coupled with their outdoor seating area, which would get them to 64 parking spaces required for this restaurant and 83 square feet for the Salty Crab. The ice cream shop will have its own signage and will not need a deviation for that sign type. In their renderings, you can see the signs that they are proposing. Their side facade that faces Crescent Park is quite long. and they would like to have a sign that's in proportion to that size of that side of the building there. In considering the deviations, staff looks at Land Development Code Section 34-216A4, which requires approval with modification or rejection of each requested deviation based on a finding that A, each item enhances the achievement of the objectives of the plan development, and staff concurs that it does. The general intent of the chapter to protect public health, safety, and welfare will be preserved and promoted. Staff believes that it does, although the town council should consider whether rigid compliance to the 1.2 FAR limit is necessary to protect public policy. C, each deviation operates to the benefit or at least not to the detriment of public interest. Staff believes that it does. Each deviation is consistent with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, and staff concurs that it does. In considering recommendations to the LPA and Town Council, we look to Land Development Code Sections 34-85B and C and 34-216-2, which sets forth the required considerations and findings. A full listing of all of those findings and considerations is found in the staff report. It's important to note that staff finds that the request is compliant with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. And staff recommends approval with conditions of this application request. I will note there was a discussion at the first reading about deliveries and how that's going to be handled. The applicant has some further information to present to you on the proposal for that. The Land Development Code, because it is less than an acre, does not require to have a dedicated loading, which is why it's not reviewed specifically in the staff report. But it is something to consider, that circulation, because certainly we don't want to contribute to delays along Estero Boulevard. Are there any questions?
Quick question on that. In the meeting with Fred that I had via Zoom, I don't wanna speak for Fred, but it sounds like they're working on a solution for this issue that we've all brought up. Does it make sense to add that in as a condition of approval, that before an LDO is approved, that they will have provided a solution to that problem? Assuming that
Yep.
the applicant would
In
be.
agreement, I've spoken with our community development director about I don't know if he wants to talk or we want to wait till the applicant comes up, but to talk about the use of the town-owned lot, which does not begin charging for parking until 9 AM, and the potential use of that. So we could require an agreement with the town prior to development order.
Well, I'm wondering if it makes, just because I was thinking about it after a previous hearing of ways that we could have done some things without being very specific. And does it make sense to have a condition in there that whether it's with the town or whether it's another property owner, that they will provide a solution for their deliveries before the land development order is granted? Instead of being specific, whether it's the
Sure.
town, it could be somebody else's, but they will provide that as a condition of approval before they get their land development.
Sure.
order.
Delivery, loading, unloading plan.
Plan, yeah.
Yep, we could do
We'll
that.
let Fred speak about it when he comes up.
Okay.
Scott, any questions for Judy?
No, I'm looking forward to hearing about the plan. That was my big issue that was my only issue with the project.
Council Wilson?
I'm good right now.
Vice Mayor?
I would just add that I also received the correspondence from the former mayor as well, but no questions.
Council King?
No questions.
The other question I had is based on the email that we're talking about. Have you had a chance to review that email, or have you had a chance to see the context of it?
Yeah, I looked at it this morning briefly.
And I think you've covered one already, when it comes to the reason for a CPD versus going through straight special exceptions or deviations or variances. The other one was brought up about the 5-foot ADA sidewalk. I know we talked about that at the first hearing. That sidewalk is not going away, so that zero setback will be up to that sidewalk, not up to the hotel to the south or east, however you wanna say it. And then the other one was in regards to a refusal, first right of refusal, buyback. I know that's not in your purview, but I just want you did receive the information, you did see it, and there's no
yes.
issues in regards to what they have brought up.
No, I'm not aware of that. That was my first time looking at that.
Mhm.
The ownership is not necessarily, is something that we consider, in terms of developing a property, who owns it, or, you know, when it gets
Mhm.
sold.
But the other two things you've already covered,
Yep.
so, all right, maybe Ken will, I'll talk to Ken about it, but,
Fred.
all right, thanks, Judith. Ken?
Fred.
Or Fred?
Fred.
God, why do I keep calling him Ken?
Where's that jar?
Yeah, right? Where's your name tags? We need those big ugly white name tags for everybody. Maybe that'll help.
I'm gonna make some kind of radical change. Dye my
Right.
hair, something weird.
Plausible deniability if you ever get in trouble. I
That's
guess.
true.
Yeah.
Yes. I appreciate it. Fred Drobick for the record from RBI Planning and Landscape Architecture. So, I think we have some slides. Yep, there we are. So I do want to say that we are other than working on a couple of items that we'll highlight here, we have not changed anything since the last presentation. So we're going to focus on the things that were brought up as an issue and then answer questions. I do have people here from, Greg Walden is here from BDG Architects to answer a question, and I have Keith Diaz here as the project manager for the owner. He is here as well if we have questions there. So one of the big things brought up was deliveries. So I put together an exhibit to show what we feel is is an optimum solution. Community Development Director Frankie came up to us and offered this as a possibility. We think it's a win for everybody. For large truck deliveries early in the morning to that town-owned lot, and then it's a 450 foot dolly to the front of our store. I mean, and no crossing Estero Boulevard. Think it's a win all around. With the condition, we are okay with the condition as well. So what I wouldn't mind seeing though is that at the local development order stage, that we need to have draft agreement language in place. But if we have it finalized before CO, because it's an operational issue, and sometimes these things take 2, 3, 4 months to work out the final agreement. But at LDO, to control that, we wouldn't be able to get our CO and actually start operating until the agreement was signed in place and executed. And that would be our ask for that, so we have time at the LDO to work through those, during the LDO to work through final language.
It's reasonable to me.
Right?
Agreed.
And with that, it sounds like we're gonna move forward on that, so we're excited, and thank you so much for the cooperation. Great idea.
Before you move on,
Yeah.
one thing I know there was talks about what are the hours of operation with that site, and we've had issues in the past where, you know, the deliveries for this site were supposed to be at a certain time, and then at 9 o'clock because of traffic or whatever, they would all of a sudden show up late and be blocking traffic, and it became an issue. So I'd really wanna make sure you get that worked out, you know, because if for some reason they show up late, now the parking lot's full in the middle of season, that they try to do their best to work around that, because then they'll say they don't have a place to park, and we're gonna be right back where we started.
Yeah, true, so we'll have to work that out, and my understanding is even though they don't start charging till 9 AM, that some people use it before 9 AM, so just wanna make sure and work out the language on how that works
Well,
out as well too.
not to bring up old memories, but the issue we had with the park next door is they were blocking some ADA accessible parking spots.
Right.
And a gentleman was always down there at 5 o'clock in the morning, and they were blocking his parking spot, so we don't wanna get into that again.
Yep, and the owner's very aware of the hours and try to get that worked out with the agreements when we start operating, so, yep, we'll work hard on that language, get that right. And then from the other piece of that was brought up is, and generally brought up for the town, is the wave dissipation wall. So this and then the case after this, we're asked to really educate our client on what that is, what it looks like. So we spent quite a bit of time, we've watched all the presentations made to the town about the wave dissipation wall. We've done our own research, we've reached out to J.R. Evans and Elizabeth Fountain. She's given us a plethora of information about it, and I've gave the contact of the ownership here, her information as well to coordinate that, so, and ask questions to. So we have a great understanding, I think, of the benefits of it, which are significant. So we think that we understand it's a 3.5 foot wall beyond the CCCL line. Reduces wave action for the subject property and the properties behind. So it's not just a subject property benefit. It is, across Estero Boulevard and beyond, the benefit of it. Through a clomer, the big deal for salty crab would be through a conditional letter of map revision that changes the zone that we're in from BE to an AE zone. We can now activate the bottom floor. And so maybe some of the back of the house or just additional seating or just bar area, something that we are hoping to put on there that would be extremely complicated way to do it now would be more standard way to be done. I mean, so a huge benefit for the salty crab. And we have 35 feet of 35 feet of width on the property. So if Lee County cooperates, we know TPI Hospitality in Margaritaville for years has been either designed it or wanting to have this wall there. So to not participate for a 35-foot stretch in between and not activate the commercial or the bottom floor doesn't make sense to us. We object. We don't object. We would ask that it's not a condition of approval or condition of zoning at this time to participate, but we have every intention to fully cooperate and participate when we get to know the details. The plans, the design, the construction, the costs, and all that. Once we figured that out and we have the study is a little farther down the line, it is fully to our benefit, and we understand the town's benefit to participate, just not as a condition of zoning is what we asked. And then the other side that reduces the beach erosion, the building damage, the scouring, as we know it now. So that's our understanding of it. There's probably more benefits that I'm missing. They have a few concerns at this stage just because it's unknown. They have that COP that's beyond the CCCL, so how does the wall work with getting with access to there? So the study and the design will be a big deal, but I'm sure nothing we can't work out to make this benefit work for our property and the town.
Fred, I guess I got a quick question for Nancy. I understand the need to not want to have a condition because we don't know yet. We don't know cost, we don't know anything. Are you comfortable in his testimony that it sounds to me like, to his point, it wouldn't benefit you to not to participate in this?
Right.
Are you comfortable with just the testimony going forward as participation?
Well, I don't know how Fred feels, but I like his language. Perhaps a condition that just says that you would cooperate, discuss, and work in that regard. I mean, that is some action on their part, a condition, a little bit more assurance on your part that discussion is gonna take place. But it's not a commitment, but still, it's something more than just kind of testimony.
And I guess we'll send that back to you, because I agree with you. I think it's don't want to get granular saying you're going to do this or going to do that. Just having something in there that shows that you are going to participate, although I think we all believe that you would benefit by doing it. So something you could discuss with your clients about what that wording could be.
Good faith, cooperate, discuss, language to that effect.
Yeah, we've talked about that, and I think we've talked about that with Judith, but we can get the exact language right. So we're okay with something like that that codifies our intent to participate and cooperate as much as we can. And with that, I don't have any more slides. I mean, I have all the other slides and the backups for questions, but I didn't have anything else to add to the presentation today that was any new information.
Counselor King, questions for Fred?
No.
Vice Mayor?
Just for people who might be watching, we didn't really use descriptive language. The property that you're gonna be using for deliveries, that's the Waste and Away parking lot?
That is correct.
Just wanted to say that for the record, but thank you. Yeah, no questions. Yep.
Counselor Woodson?
I'm good at this point.
Counselor Safford?
No, I think it's a fantastic solution if it works. Thank you, Frankie. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great.
Just a quick question. I had forwarded you an email this morning that a constituent was concerned about the ice cream shop downstairs, how the door could potentially swing out. in your renderings, it shows that everything looks like it's recessed back, and there's almost maybe some sitting area in front of that.
Yeah.
So there's no issue of the door swinging out into the right of way.
Oh, no, no.
When it comes to-
In fact, we would love that, with room set aside, that it's a possibility of having outdoor tables there for people that.
That's what it
eat
showed in
ice
the
cream.
rendering. I
Yeah.
just wanted to put it on record that she had concerns, but that is not a concern. It's not gonna be opening out to the right of way
Correct.
on
Yeah.
that sidewalk. The doorway is what the concern was. Okay. Thanks, Fred.
All right, thank you.
All right. Where are we at?
Public comment?
Oh, yes. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in.
I have nobody signed up.
Okay, is there anyone in the public that would like to speak? Seeing none, I'll now close public comment. I'm assuming, Fred, you have no additional rebuttal comments?
I do not.
Okay. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion or a motion? I will move to approve ordinance 25-12, 1154 Estero Boulevard, the Salty Crab, with the conditions as discussed at the hearing today. Judith?
Can I read the two additional? Right.
Yeah, just go up to the.
Sorry, I heard two additional conditions to be added into the ordinance. Can I read them to you and make sure they're,
Yes, I think it's a good idea that Fred and his team can hear it.
make sure we all agree? So in addition to the ones provided in the agenda that are with the ordinance, I have, at the time of local development order, applicant will pursue an agreement with the town to make large truck deliveries in the off hours, and in parentheses, prior to 9 AM and after sunset at the town-owned lot at 2523 Estero Boulevard. Agreement must be finalized before issuance of a CO.
The only question I had on that one was, to me, it sounds very specific that they're trying to work out an agreement with the town.
Mhm.
If for some reason that doesn't work, maybe use the words provide a solution to the town. That way, if it is with the town or if it is with another local parking lot close by, I don't know if that makes more sense. Or do you want it to Nancy, I'm looking at you, or do you want it more specifically that they're gonna, because to me, this reads, they're gonna specifically work with the town. And a lot could change between now and when the town gets to this. I just wanna keep it open-ended so that if there's a better solution for them that comes up between now and then, that they have the opportunity to do it and not specifically be in contract with the town to do it.
Okay.
My only comment would be that if there is an alternative, a Plan B, for all intents and purposes, is that Plan B acceptable to town council? So they still would have to come back to town council if there's an alternative to what is currently the condition.
Even if it's open-ended and just says provided a solution,
Provide a solution, and then it would be staff who would be approving or denying whether that solution is sufficient. If you want to delegate that authority to town staff, you could do that, or bring it back to you to make sure that it is a acceptable replacement.
well, I would want them to have to come back. I would feel comfortable with the town manager making that decision at the time. I just don't
Okay.
wanna pigeonhole the town or the applicant into one specific location if a better one arises between now and then.
Okay, so an alternative solution to the issue with the town manager, with the authorization to approve.
I would agree with that, sir.
I'll second the motion, I'll
Oh,
second
we
the
got one
motion.
more, hold on a second, we got one more. She's got one more to.
So what I'm gonna adjust that to, at the time of local development order, applicant will pursue a delivery plan to be approved by town manager or designee. That's okay?
That would work. So the agreement, in my opinion, would be a license agreement, and then you're just delegating the authority to the town manager to approve that.
Execute, okay.
That would be fine.
All right.
Okay, and then
Fred, are you okay with that? Why don't you come up?
Yeah. Yeah, and just to make sure the language include, yes, we want to provide a solution regardless of whether this would be the town lot or not, so the open-ended is perfect. That's what
Okay.
we intended in our minds to solve.
And you're
to solve
comfortable
one way
with
or another.
the town manager being
The delegation.
the delegation, or do you want the option to come back to town council?
Yes. No, I don't wanna, I mean, I love you guys.
Come on, man.
You're great.
Come on, Ken.
But hey, a chance to get to know, you know, chance to get to know the town manager.
Yeah.
We trust him so far, so we'll see.
Yes, okay.
That's good.
So you're good with the town manager being the designee, or his
So
designee?
far.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, there's
So
also,
far.
You know,
there's also
trust
an-
is earned. It's a tough thing.
there's an appeal process as well, so should you guys disagree, you'll come back to council anyway.
The only thing we'd like to make sure is that at LDO, it's a, you know, draft agreement finalized before we before CO.
And I believe Judith had that in
I
her
think she
language.
did,
Yeah.
just to make sure it's a draft.
Okay. Then stay close, because then, in case you have a question on the next one.
So the second one, which I took the language from their presentation, applicant agrees to make a good faith effort to cooperate and fully explore participation after the result of the study is complete, economic impacts, benefits are determined, and location and design plans are solidified for a wave mitigation slash dissipation wall.
Are you okay with your wording?
Oh, yeah, I think it's brilliant.
So does Ken.
I bet you did, All right. And then my motion is based on the conditions that Judith Frankel just laid out here for us, and Fred, I did that one on purpose, but.
Sure you did.
Yeah, that Fred also agreed to.
I'll second the motion as amended.
Okay, got a motion by Mayor Alice, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Any further discussion? I'm an aye, Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, our next item
Moving right along here.
is a quasi-judicial item, and this is a second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-13, Estero Island Beach Club. This is an ordinance of the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying to rezone the property located at 1836 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap number 19-46-24-W4-03200.00CE and 19-46-24-W4-03200.1010 to rezone from downtown to commercial plan development, CPD, and request 4 deviations from requirements to provide operable doors along Estero Boulevard, screening material on the ground floor, increase build-to line setbacks, and increase the maximum allowed height by 18 feet, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor Safford?
Yes, last week I had a Teams meeting with Jim Murley, Amy, and Fred.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
I had a Teams meeting, and I also had a conversation with Amy Teagle.
Okay. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I don't believe I've had any additional communication since first reading.
Counselor King?
I have had none.
I have had the same meeting as described by Counselor Woodson and Counselor Safford. I've also received emails from a resident with concerns about potential town parking being provided on either side, which I believe was covered in the first hearing. But other than that, I've not received any other communication.
I got that one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, I did too, I forgot about that.
All right. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on his education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Fred, anyone new?
No one knew.
No one new, okay. And you've seen a copy of the backup material from staff? Amy's nodding yes. Okay, go ahead, Jason.
Good morning, councilors, staff. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm the senior planner with your planning and zoning department. As you mentioned before, today before you is the second reading for the Estero Island Beach Club. This is for the redevelopment of a 75-unit timeshare and the accessory structures on the site. The applicant is requesting 4 deviations, as was mentioned earlier by the mayor. I'd like to go through briefly with those since we have gone through this, the staff report a couple times now before LPA and your first reading. I'd also like to point out that the town council was given a document called Exhibit A, Conditions of Approval. There are no real changes here during this process. What had been asked for is a little bit more fulsome description of the benefits and the conditions that you saw in your staff report. So what the attorneys and the applicants planner has put together is a little bit more information about what those conditions of approval are. And so it's going to be larger than what you see in your staff report. The change, we'll go through all of those as well in this process, but again, there's no additional changes between what was read through in the first meeting and what you're getting today. This is just a bit more information about those conditions of approval. So I'm going to go ahead and jump right into here. As I mentioned before, they are requesting to rebuild a 75-unit timeshare building. This is a structure that existed prior to the storm. Under the current code, they are proposing to redevelop roughly 92,000 square feet. Under the existing floor area ratio of 1.2, they would be allowed to develop 100,000 square feet. So they do have a little headroom here as far as what they are allowed to develop, but they are developing under what would be allowed for in this code. Going through the deviations, the first one is a request to deviate from Land Development Code 34-995, B1 and B4. So the deviations here are generally understood to be that the building under the code should provide a primary entrance to the street. That would be Estero. And where building frontages exceed 50 feet along Estero, they would be required to provide operable doors and entrances for the public. They are asking to deviate from that code. Staff doesn't have any large problems with that. It's understood that this is going to be largely a residential type structure, although it is considered to be commercial by our code. There really is no huge need for them to provide access to people who may be accessing the sites on a whim while walking from Estero or from the sidewalk. So staff doesn't have any great concerns with that request. The second deviation before you today is to deviate from the Land Development Code 34-992C. And again, this is largely about the aesthetics of the building. This calls for the main lower level or the parking level to be shaded or screened from visibility. This is slightly at odds with the V-zone requirements that the lower area of buildings be kept free from obstructions. But what they are proposing here is to partially enclose that lower area, mostly through the use of landscaping and living walls. So they are providing, or they are speaking to the intent of the code, which is to provide a sort of enclosed area down below. They're doing that through, rather than walls, through largely landscaping. The third deviation that is being requested is a deviation to Land Development Code 34-674A1, and this is a requirement for build 2 lines. So this would require that the building be developed between 5 and 10 feet from the property lines, on all of their property lines. What they've requested here is to push the building back a little bit more, so they're asking to actually provide more setback than what the code calls for. And in that area that they're asking for additional setback, they'll be providing larger buffers than technically would be allowed for code. So their request is to really use that for landscaping area and also bring it a little bit off of the street, again, for the aesthetics of the building, to provide a little bit more of a human scale as opposed to having their building directly within 5 to 10 feet of Estero.
Jason, before we move on from that one, has staff taken note of this deviation in particular, because it comes up on almost every single development?
Mhm.
And to me, it's I don't want to say it's a wasted deviation, but they're providing a bigger setback.
Yes.
And having to ask for a deviation for that, just to me, does not make any sense.
I think there is a kernel of truth there that through the land development code rewrites that staff is going to be considering some of what we think are mainly aesthetics, and that's really what this is this is a vision of Estero. This is a vision of the pattern of development along Estero Boulevard in particular that was sort of looked at 25, 30 years ago, where they wanted to make sure that the buildings were going to be available for people that were walking, so they didn't have to cross large parking lots. It also helps to serve another part of the code, which is a requirement that your parking areas be behind your buildings and be shielded by those buildings. So it's in furtherance to try and do that. This really isn't a problem. Most of the people on the beach are going to be utilizing the footprint of the building for their parking. So I think to your point, Mayor, yes, as part of our land development code rewrite, I think we would be bringing you some different ideas of what we envision Estero to look like and how that's going to engage with people that are going to be walking down the street. And yes, I think we are going to be talking about what do those setbacks look like today? Do the setbacks or the build-to lines, or are they still relevant in what they've been asked for? And to your point, we're going to try and reduce the number of variances or deviations that might be necessary to accomplish that.
Okay, thanks.
Of course. So again, this request is really just to allow for the building to be pushed farther back than would be required, and they'll be largely utilized in that area for the development of Florida-friendly buffers to provide aesthetics and a little bit more setback and a little bit more human scale to the Estero pedestrian area. Lastly, the fourth deviation that they're requesting, I tend to think of this as the meat of the deviations that they're asking for. This is a request to deviate from LDC 34-675 B3C. And this is a requirement that limits the development in that downtown area of new buildings to 30 feet above the base flood elevation. The applicant is 30 feet and, 3 stories. And so what the applicant is providing today is they're requesting an additional 18 feet. That would be a total of 48 feet above the base flood elevation, as opposed to the 30 that they would be allowed for under the code. They are looking to develop a 5-story building. That's going to be the maximum. I would note that the building is not 5 stories at all parts. There is some fluctuation in the heights, again, to try and serve the scale of the building, make it more human scaled as opposed to some of the towers that surround them. Let's see here. So ultimately, they're going to have a building that's 48 feet above the design flood elevation, and that's roughly 68 feet above ground level, total height of the tallest part of the building. So, as I mentioned before, we in conjunction with the attorneys and town staff, we came up with a conditions of approval here. I think we'll go ahead and wait until after their presentation, but I'd like to go through those conditions of approval. There's going to be some discussions, as was mentioned before, about the parking, the additional right-of-way parking that is being proposed. And as you mentioned, I'm also aware of a person from the wider community here to speak on that issue as well. And we did receive email and document regarding the issue of right-of-way parking and the turnaround area. With that said, are there any questions for staff so far in the presentation?
Counselor King?
No.
Counselor Woodson?
Not yet.
Currently none.
Okay, I don't have any, and Jim will be back. You're gonna come back up for the findings and conclusions.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go through all of the conditions of approval that have been provided to you in this document,
Okay.
and I believe we'll have a discussion about a few of them at least.
Jim, do you have any questions for Jason before we, no? Okay.
Mayor, may I say something?
Absolutely.
So the conditions of approval, this is going to be a little bit of a tweak to our current process. We want to try to bring the wording of all your conditions to you before you, because words matter. And sometimes what staff hears and what applicants, property owners hear, it's not quite the same. And what we found is that just causes delay, and that's not our intent or our objective. So, please bear with us. You might hear a little bit more on this end. So then once you take action, we'll be able to, process it and expedite it quicker.
It makes sense. I appreciate you guys taking the time to realize that was becoming an issue. Okay, thanks, Jason.
Absolutely.
Amy? Morning.
Good morning, council members. For the record, Amy Toubeau with Retzel, and just before we jump in that same vein, I am so grateful to Nancy, Judith, and Jason for working with us to get these conditions of approval in front of you today. Like they said, we'll go through them in a little bit greater detail, but they really spent some good time on this, and we're appreciative of that. So you've seen all of us before, but to recap, we have Jim Murley, the president of the board, and John Shaw with RAL, who is the EIBC property manager. Of course, we have the unmatched Fred Drovlik as our planner, Mike Sheely with MK Architects, and Bob Huff with Mecca, who is also here today to answer any questions. So we don't have any major changes to the site plan or the request since our first reading 2 weeks ago. We do have a couple of updates related to some things that we had discussed at that first reading. The first being some neighbor concerns that you guys received via email. And we did receive a copy of that email during the hearing. We reviewed it, and Councilman Safford did ask us to work with the property owner. So we reached out. We had a call with him and 2 other property owners on Miramar, and we discussed their concerns. So there are 4 overarching concerns that we want to address today, even though I think 2 are really ripe for discussion. So the first is the Miramar access to EIBC, and this plays into the concerns listed as 3 and 4. Essentially, you'll hear from Mr. Julian Rowland, who is here today. He's the owner of 61 Miramar. Miramar is a relatively narrow 2-lane street, and so because of some existing traffic jams and use of their parkings or their driveways as turnarounds, one of their concerns was the access point to the EIBC property from Miramar. And so when we discussed this particular issue with them, we explained that we can't provide an access point from Miramar or from Estero anymore. And we also, walked through some of the life safety issues that require that access point. So, of course, Mr. Rowland can better speak to that issue, but I believe the property owners recognize that that is a necessary evil here. So I do not believe that that is still at issue. The second issue that I believe we have resolved is the power poles. We have some above ground power lines, and as we have planned, we do believe we will be taking those down. We would like to relocate all of the lines underground for a variety of reasons, but primarily aesthetics and hurricane resiliency. I think we're on the same page as the property owners on Miramar, probably the same page as the town and FPL, but clearly I can't speak for those parties. So I think we've put those issues to bed. The remaining 2 concerns that we have are the 5 proposed public parking spaces on Miramar, and then the turnaround for Beach Access 31, again, adjacent to Miramar. And, again, concerns related to that. Mr. Rowland, I believe, has provided you with some documents related to this. You'll be hearing from him during public comment. But I believe that the concerns that the neighbors have related to these is that by providing the parking spaces, you're going to be encouraging additional traffic and potentially additional traffic jams on the street. Same would go, similar concerns with the turnaround. So what we have decided, and we have, talked to staff about this, we would like to defer to you once you've heard from Mr. Rowland on his vision for Miramar Street. If you would like to remove the parking spaces and the turnaround from the conditions of approval, that is certainly within your authority to do so. I would say that this is really a public policy determination to be made. Is there a greater public benefit by providing the spaces in the turnaround, or is there a greater public benefit in preserving those neighbors' quality of life? So you'll be hearing from him some more on that. But the remaining conditions of approval, regardless of what you decide with the parking spaces and the turnaround, would remain the same. So one of those conditions is we have included a watering station, a drinking fountain for the seating area that we are proposing to provide on Estero Boulevard. I believe that, I can't remember who exactly requested that at our last hearing, but we have added that to the conditions of approval, and we're prepared to provide that. We are providing seating and bike racks both at Estero Boulevard near the corner of Miramar and near Beach Access 31 as well. And we can go through the remainder of the public benefit conditions when we go through line by line, but we are also proposing to provide a Moby map. We are proposing to provide a sidewalk on EIBC property that will turn over to the town to increase, pedestrian safety and accessibility on Miramar. And some other, what I think are some really nice public benefits there.
Amy, before you move on from that, I had an idea that I just throw out there so that it's on record. For some time, the town I've been having discussions with staff about, we don't, it's only 5 spaces, right? We don't have anything, I get asked a lot of time about where's Moby backs, ADA compliant. Would it make sense to make those 5 parking spaces ADA compliant only, which would help eliminate some of the parking? And maybe add a bigger question that we get, if people always ask about those balloon chair things that they can get people out to the beach. Would that be a condition, if council agrees, that you would consider? Obviously the town, I think, could manage the chairs if they were provided with the Moby map, but that would allow us something that we could advertise that is it's an ADA compliant only street, because I get that question a lot about where they can go and how they can get out to the street, but it's just an idea I threw out there to help minimize maybe some of that traffic, still provides a public benefit, and it's a dedicated place people can go.
Yeah, I will definitely reconvene with, the property owner just to clarify, but I don't think that there would be, no, I don't think that there's any issue with that.
Thumbs up.
I just thought it might, and we'll hear, as you said, we'll probably hear from those that live on Miramar Street to just see what they think about it as well, but
Absolutely.
just an idea of trying to continue having that public benefit, but also providing some lenience to what the traffic might be on that street.
Yeah, certainly, and yeah, so.
Does that give you any pause, Nancy, that?
No, but that issue did come up in our discussion, and if you look at 6A, the property owner will construct up to 5 parking spaces with the final number determined by town staff. We built in some flexibility there, so, because I understand that the ADA compliant parking spaces take up a little bit more room. So if staff then determined that they could get 3 spaces in and maybe 2 regular spaces, so there is some flexibility built into 6A, and that might be a place if you want to even, further elaborate or make it
Where you say 6A, I don't see it.
on the
Right here.
conditions of
On
approval.
this sheet.
On the handout.
The handout.
Oh, that's on the here, it's changed.
No, it's 6A.
6A, okay.
But as Amy said, we'll go into more detail on each one of these. I just wanted to flag that one for you, that
Okay.
might be a place.
And we'll make sure we get the wording correct if this goes forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm confident that we'll get this all figured out by the end of this hearing today, so no major issue there. Any other questions about neighbor concerns, neighbor outreach before you hear from Mr. Rowland in public comment?
Scott, any questions?
No, I'd love to hear from him.
All right. Counselor Woodson?
I'm good at this time.
Vice Mayor Hall? No. And Counselor King?
Nothing currently.
Okay.
Great.
We're good.
So again, this shows the public benefits just for a visual. So again, the 30-foot pedestrian greenway to the beach and a minimum of a 30-foot building setback. We have enhanced those perimeter buffers, which is of course in conjunction with the deviation we have sought. Another enhanced perimeter buffer, and then, you know, as we mentioned, the shaded seating, bike racks, and the 5 beach access parking spaces, should you, or whatever number, should you choose to approve them, they would be there. I will also note quickly that it is in that shaded seating and bike rack area that we have also added a condition for your approval to include the watering station there. Again, the sidewalk from Estero to the beach access along Miramar, extending the Miramar pavement in that area closest to the beach access, dropping off or providing the drop off and turn around for the beach access, should you want to keep that condition in there. Again, another set of bike racks and seating closer to the beach access itself, and then providing that Moby mat to enhance beach accessibility.
And potentially one of those, I don't know what the technical term is for it.
But like the little chair?
The balloon tired ADA accessible. I'm sure there's a technical name for it, but we'll discuss this.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So we, when we go through the conditions, we'll be sure to address that and
Okay.
include. So, another issue that came up at our first hearing, similar to the salty crab, is the wave dissipation wall. So much in the same way that you have decided to address this with salty crab, actually on the last page of the revised Exhibit A that you have received, we have Condition 7, which provides that the property owner will work in good faith with the town to coordinate that project. As with salty crab, the concerns are the same. There's just so many unknowns. We don't want to lock them into something that they can't actually do, but we certainly want to work with you guys. So we appreciate Nancy, Judith, and Jason putting in some language that I think reflects that adequately. Do we have any questions on the wave dissipation wall before I move on?
No, doesn't look like it.
Okay, and with that, I don't think we have anything else, short of going through the conditions with staff and you guys line by line.
All right, well, anybody have any questions for the team? No? All right, thanks, Amy.
Thanks.
I think we'll do public comment and then go to the conditions of approval. Everybody's okay with that?
That works, thank you.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Jason?
I do have 2 signed up. First is Julian Rowland, and yes, I brought a handout if you all would like those.
Yeah, please. And
you.
what was your name again, sir? I'm sorry.
Julian Rowland.
Julian Rowland. And
Yes, sir.
prior to the meeting, you had asked about someone else
Yes.
conceding their time.
My mom's here.
Well, we can, if everybody's okay with proceeding out of order, he had asked before the meeting if she could concede her 3 minutes to him, because his presentation is just a little longer than 3 minutes.
Consent.
Does anyone have any issues with that?
No.
Consent.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Julian Rowland, and I'm here with my mother, Virginia Dixon. 55 years ago in 1970, my grandmother purchased the property at 61 Miramar when my mom was only 26 years old. Our home was built in 1940 before World War II, and it was my grandmother's primary residence and is now my mother's. Thanks to my mom's diligent care, it still stands today in spite of Hurricane Ian, and remains a cherished part of our family's history. I have fond memories spending summers and 4th of July holidays at our Miramar Street home. Back then, Miramar was an unpaved gravel path with only 2 residences. The beach club had a laundromat there, which is now 71 Miramar. And there was a hobby house, a little craft shop on the corner of Estero and Miramar, where my mom and grandma would take me as a kid to do arts and crafts. It was a quiet, pedestrian-friendly area. Later, the street was improved with paving, a footbridge was added, and a Moby mat to enhance public access for visitors. Today, I stand before you to express concerns about the proposed turnaround and public parking spaces on Miramar as part of the EIBC project. While we support the project's broader goals and value being good neighbors, we believe that proposed parking and turnaround, especially, will create unintended consequences. Miramar Street is just over 15 feet wide. I've got some photos in the packet there for you guys that I took on Saturday. The first photo shows the proximity of our driveway at the end of Miramar, and there's the footbridge that you see as well. The second 2 were different measurements that I took. I think it was 15.6 and 15.10. And then there's my truck. It's like a regular GMC 1500, like a F-150 or a Chevy Tahoe. And you can see how it fits on that street. So we're concerned that the addition of the 5 public parking spaces and the turnaround will generate significant vehicle traffic. And I'm not aware of any study that's been conducted to estimate how that'll impact the street and the traffic. Excuse me.
No, it was me.
So it's our belief that visitors seeking these limited parking spaces would need to drive the full length of Miramar to discover if a spot's available. They're not going to be able to see from Estero if the spaces are empty. And they're going to have to drive down, pull around in the turnaround to discover if there's a spot available. And this is going to could lead to a constant traffic flow of people hunting a spot. I know I'm terrible about it at Publix. My wife gets on me all the time because I like to get close to the doors, right? So I don't have to walk so far. So if no spaces are open, like I said, the vehicles then have to navigate back onto Estero Boulevard, which we know can be extremely crowded and at times. And this would create potentially more congestion and safety hazards, and particularly when people are crossing traffic to head north back towards Times Square. So rather than serving as a public benefit, we fear the plan will create a public nuisance, disrupting the quiet enjoyment of Miramar Street residents and diminishing the area's charm for visitors. Instead, we propose a visionary alternative. Transform Miramar Street into a beautiful green pedestrian corridor. The corridor will invite families, joggers, and bicyclists to access the beach safely and enjoyably, enhancing the aesthetic appeal of Fort Myers Beach and accommodating far more visitors than 5 public parking spaces could. Such a corridor would align with the town's commitment to fostering vibrant, accessible public spaces while preserving the tranquility of our residential neighborhood. We respectfully urge the council to approve the EIBC project without the proposed public spaces and turnaround on Miramar Street. By choosing a pedestrian corridor instead, the council can ensure a solution that would benefit the public, support tourism, and respect the rights of property owners. And we want to work together to create an inviting gateway to the beach that enhances our community for all. Any questions? Or And you can look, that final picture is our beautiful little footbridge in Moby Mat, with the sea grape kind of tunnel that leads to the beach that we all love.
Okay, well, we don't usually have questions, but if people are willing, since you're the only resident here that has a question, it seems like this is the only issue, and my apologies, and your mom.
Yeah.
If there anybody that has, if everybody is okay with it, if you have any questions, or the gentleman.
No, I mean, this is a bit of a curveball with the ADA compliant, and I haven't thought that out. I was focused more on the 5 parking spaces.
Well, the concerns I have is, how do you access your driveway now? So, you know, how would you
Exactly
get
what
there
I'm
if what you're proposing were to happen? How would you get in your driveway?
What do you mean?
Well, isn't your driveway access off of Miramar?
Yes, sir.
So if we were to do what you're proposing with the park, like, how would you get in your driveway?
No, what I'm saying is with the sidewalk that's being built, the beautification that's gonna be done there, the bike racks, the water, station and benches would just make that.
So I have a question. Are you okay with the sidewalk, or would you want that?
No, the
green space?
sidewalk's fine. We love the sidewalk. I mean, right now, people walk down the street.
Right. Do you have, so I own property next street over, and I see, I mean, every day, it happened yesterday, people pull in to drop people off. Do you have that problem on Miramar?
It's
Constant?
constant.
So my question is, wouldn't a turnaround there benefit you?
Well,
Instead of turning around in your driveway or Vince's driveway? I mean, that's what they're doing now, or they're just backing up.
well, could we put the slide back up of the, that shows?
Yeah.
The layout, there it is.
So I don't really see a turnaround there, how that would work.
Well, it pulls
So
into the building, so as you're looking at it, that big middle arrow on the bottom, they would turn in towards the parking structure.
So everyone that's looking for a parking spot there, is then gonna come down and go into the parking garage?
No, into the end of the parking garage. That very last dark gray circle on the bottom where
I
all,
see it.
that doesn't go into the parking garage. They pull in and then back out onto Miramar and exit that way. That's the way I look at it anyways.
So what I'm trying to understand, are the people gonna pull in there and then try to back up?
They're gonna do
They're
it.
gonna turn around.
Three-point turn?
3-point turn. So we had this issue, the reason I asked that is we had the same issue with.
It's
so
gonna work.
So we had the same issue with another proposal, and the neighbors wanted that because they didn't want them turning around in their driveways.
It was on Arches.
Okay,
Arches.
well, how do we address the fact that people are gonna be seeking those spaces, coming down, and the fear of a constant traffic flow? Do we have any estimations of how much traffic that's gonna put on this 15 and a few inches wide street?
We'll ask that question of staff and of the applicant
Okay.
on your behalf when we get. Does anyone else have any questions for? No?
Well, I had the same question that you did, Mayor, about the alternative to transform Miramar Street. So that's almost like you're taking Miramar Street out of there? Or you're just saying,
No, I'm saying the new sidewalk that's gonna be put in, the bike racks, we love all that.
okay,
We just don't wanna put extra vehicle traffic. Like I said, Miramar was never designed to be a high-traffic roadway. It was just access for 2 residences. And then now there's 2 more. So
Okay.
it's never been a traffic and turnaround spot.
Well,
And
we appreciate your taking the time to come out, and especially the history. That was good history to know that that's been there.
I hope you'll consider it.
We
So,
certainly will.
I have one more question, sir.
Yes, sir.
What do you think of the ADA curveball?
You know, I certainly don't wanna, it's tough to speak, I'm not against ADA, of course.
Right.
We have not in our time there, we haven't seen it utilized a lot. Certainly, that would be better than public spots. I still wonder though, if people, how are folks that are traveling down Estero gonna know that there's only ADA? How would you signage that and prevent the traffic? You know, that's the main concern,
Understood.
is the traffic
Right.
and the turnaround. We just don't want some, like I said, the unintended consequences of constant traffic down this non-compliant 15-foot wide street.
Well, thank you for your input, and I'm glad we were able to hear some of your other thoughts, and thank you for coming. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in public comment? Jason, do you have anyone else?
I have nobody else.
No one else? Okay. We will now close public comment. No one else out there, right? Okay. We'll now close public comment. Are there any additional rebuttal from the applicant? Fred?
Look, I don't, more thinking out loud with you guys, so the, I just wanna acknowledge that, I mean, we have the same concern about the signage and who, you know, going down that street with people, you know, even if it would say ADA spaces, that's understood most times that there is at least an ADA space. But how would, that, I do see the potential for that being, they see, you know, 5 spaces, all marked ADA, they go down, they turn around, they leave, and they go to another one. So signage out front, that I don't think the EIBC should be responsible for that kind of wording and stuff, I think would be important, and I'm not sure what that wording would look like, but that is a concern of mine, is the proper wording, if that would be the case, if they were all ADA spots. And I just wanna acknowledge that, I mean, the ADA spots are, they're wider, so this would, we're not opposed to it, not opposed to the beach buggy, but I don't just know that it's gonna change the site plan, I think it's probably about 8 feet wider because of pulling in. Then there's the 5 feet space, striped space for doors and ADA, you know, bands and stuff to open to get to the sidewalk. So it's a, you know, it's a significant change in that way, but again, not opposed to it, just saying out loud what all the potential issues are.
What if, just spitballing ideas, if it moves forward, what if diminishing the amount, maybe making just 2 or 3, and then turning them towards the building like your turnaround? So that you're not having to, I mean, you are gonna lose, but it'll be a smaller area that you're going to be taking, you said 8 feet? That you would have to take out of what looks like a 15-foot or 30-foot buffer? What if you just turned like 2 spots or 3 spots there towards the parking garage versus parking like they are? That way, if they pull in those spots, they can back out and not have to go down to the turnaround.
Yeah.
I don't know if that changes your plans much, or how it would change the aesthetics of what it looks like. It's just trying to offer suggestions.
Yeah, it's not bad, it's the part that, I don't think is good then is just you're crossing another thing for the, sidewalk, then you're either going next to the building, cause the depth there is, we don't need 30 feet, but I mean, it's close when you pull in. For example, the turnaround we designed there would be for one regular spot, one ADA compliant spot, and this is 22 feet wide, it needs to be about 28 feet deep in order to do the proper 3-point. So, it's doable there. I don't know if that's ideal, and then you have the sidewalk crossing, parking spaces again. So, I mean, which is pretty normal, but.
Just throwing ideas out
Yeah,
there. We'll
it's-
discuss it and see where, if it goes anywhere. But, because we haven't discussed even the idea of not having any parking spaces there,
Right.
so.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, we
have those council discussion and see where it lands.
Sounds good, thanks.
Yep. All right, I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or continue to a time certain. But I believe staff wants to go through the conditions of approval first, so let's start with that, please.
Again, Jason Smalley, Senior Planner with your Planning and Zoning Department. So, as was just mentioned, we would like to go through the conditions of approval. We will be working off of the Exhibit A document that was given to you physically this morning. This is proposed to be the exhibit that will be attached to the staff report and the and the ultimate ordinance. So this is a much broader, more nuanced look of what they're asking for, what they're providing. If I may, the first four are generally going to be boilerplate. You see a lot of this language on many of the ordinances and staff reports that we provide to you. So those are fairly straightforward. What you've got here is the requirement that came to us through the LPA reading, that they will provide signage to exiting vehicles for pedestrian traffic along Palm Avenue and the Miramar Street beach access. This is for folks that would be exiting their site, just to remind them that they can expect to have pedestrians, bikers, people accessing the Moby mats that will be in that area. We would expect that if the master concept plan is approved, that at least along the Miramar side, folks would be largely utilizing the sidewalks, and that gets them off of the roadway. But one of the requirements would be, again, to provide signage at the expense of the applicant to just warn people exiting their site that they may encounter pedestrians. Second one, final architectural design is going to be substantially similar to the design provided to town council. This is really written in there as a assurance that what you see is what you get. So the design of the building, the layouts, the additional landscaping, the intent of the applicant here is really to put in writing exactly what they intend to do at great detail. So this is what you're seeing here, and it's slightly different than some of the other master concept plans and ordinances that you may see come before us. Number 3, that the applicant shall provide a more detailed landscaping plan utilizing the type Bs and the type A buffers, and also utilizing Florida-friendly species and other salt-tolerant plants and trees. Again, straightforward, just telling you that they are going to use the landscaping that they provided in the tentative landscape plan as part of their package. This is usually something that you won't see at this stage. Most of that stuff is going to be hashed out in the development order stage. So again, this was a request by the applicant to make sure that they're putting in writing exactly what they're offering and what they're doing above and beyond what is required of them. So number 4, approval of the ordinance. This is largely going to be boilerplate language. This just says that that they have to apply with all of the local, state, and federal codes that may be applicable. Again, just really boilerplate information, and they're aware of that. We get down into number 5. This is where they've sort of laid out the design of the building, integrated what they're requesting as far as additional height, and really just laying it out in black and white so that any layman can pick up this document. For their ground parking, that 5 stories is going to be utilized at certain parts of the building. The whole building isn't building. The whole building isn't 5 feet or 5 stories tall. It gets progressively taller as you get away from the right-of-way along Estero. Okay, floor area ratio, again, this is already allowed to them as part of their, as part of the location of their plan and the plan development process that they're going through, but they're explicitly laying out that their maximum square footage allowed under an FAR of 1.2 would be 100,000 square feet. That's what they could develop by right, well, under the plan development process, I guess I should say. So again, they're proposing roughly 92,000 square feet, but they have a little bit of wiggle room up to an additional roughly 8,000 square feet that they could develop as part of their plan development process. D, minimum of 75 parking spaces. This would be the absolute bare minimum that would be necessary here. So if they developed all of their units under 450 square feet, they could theoretically develop this plan by providing only 75 parking spaces. But with that said, what they're doing is they're creating slightly larger rooms, but they are providing a total of 91 parking spaces on site here. So while the code would require 75, realistically what they've developed is in the range of 90 parking spaces, and they're providing 91. So this is why they're not requesting any deviation to reduce the parking numbers.
And we had, on the parking part of it, I know we discussed it a little bit, but refresh my memory, and what's gonna be the access control for people getting into the property owners' parking spots there? Is there gonna be a gate? Are they gonna have to have a code to get in?
So we haven't discussed if there's going to be any gates. I generally try and deter people from using gates because it requires additional pushback and additional stacking area. At this point, I would defer to the applicant and to give a or give an example of what they're providing, but I haven't seen any gates that would leave the site only accessible by people that have a code. But I would defer to the applicant to talk about that and see if they're providing that. Right now, the understanding is it's going to be just ingress and egress off of Palm and Miramar. They will not be making any access along Estero, and so there would be free flow onto the site and then off the site. But the applicant may have a better understanding of how they're going to develop it at development order. I would just warn everybody that the stacking problem is going to make their site plan a little bit less elegant as they've designed it, if that's the case.
Okay.
Let's see here. So access points along Estero Boulevard, and one along Miramar Street, and one along Palm Avenue. No access on Estero Boulevard. This is something that we had pointed out from the very beginning, that the county really intends to try and have any accesses that were on Estero closed up, and they're not really in the mood to allow for designing of new structures. So ingress and egress will be down the two secondary streets along Palm and along Miramar. Number 6, this is where the applicant has laid out in explicit detail what their public benefits are. During this discussion, they were very upfront that they wanted to be offering physical, tangible benefits to the community so that there would be very little discussion about whether or not these constitute actual public benefits. In furtherance of that, they've requested, and the attorneys have agreed to put all of their public benefits here in number 6 and lay out in detail what they're actually providing to the community. I will go through these relatively quickly, and we can have a discussion about any of these if you would like. So 6A calls for the public parking. This was the discussion that we just had about the usability of Miramar Avenue or Miramar Street, the placement of five right-of-way parking spaces, or 5 spaces that would be available for use, plus a turnaround at the end of Miramar, plus the Moby Mat. I believe that one's called out here.
It is.
Okay, good. Again, staff is open to whatever town council decides about what they would like to see there, whether that's 5 parking spaces, whether that's a smaller number of larger ADA spaces, or any other strategy in between. Really what they're offering us is the space to be able to do that, and it sounds like they are open to making changes that don't largely affect their current layout of the site.
Well, just another idea to throw out, as we've been talking, what if the turnaround area at the end became the ADA spaces and the rest of those were eliminated? So you still have ADA spaces, you eliminate the turnaround, but the turnaround is now the ADA space. Just an idea to throw out there, which I'm sure we'll all discuss when we
Absolutely.
get to that point.
I don't know the exact dimensions of what they're proposing as far as the turnaround site, but I would say realistically, you could probably cobble together 2 ADA spaces down at the end, and enough space to do 3-point turns, and enough space to utilize
Just, yeah, okay.
some hand. So point being, the language here allows for a maximum on their end of 5 spaces. If the determination from the town is that we would like to see fewer spaces, and ADA or some alternative method, I believe that's accounted for in 6A in their agreement.
Jason.
Yes, sir.
You're a master at diplomacy, and but as someone who studied this project and obviously has a lot of experience in planning, you've heard all the various thoughts and ideas. What would be your suggestion to sort of accommodate all the concerns that we've heard this morning?
So I'm not an expert in transportation, so I'm not going to hold myself out there. I think there's probably a strategy that includes some sort of, cul-de-sac or turnaround area at the end that keeps people sort of moving through there to avoid the idea of them utilizing that end space for a long time. I think there's something to be said about making the ADA spaces down there. My only real concern would be during turtle season in the evenings. If somebody wanted to utilize that, we would probably need to design it in such a way that it screens the beach from any use of that area if somebody wants to park down there with their lights, but that's a normal enforcement issue. I don't think that's dealt with at the DO phase. More to your point, I think there's a solution to get everybody something, respect the quality of life out there, but also get some number of parking spaces. And I think that's just a matter of determining, is that 2 spaces, is that 3 spaces? Because the 5 that they proposed there is the absolute maximum, and that presumes just normal cars, normal car widths, I should say. But it is interesting. Does the town council want to go more towards a mostly walkable area down there, or do we have to leave the expectation that there's going to be some amount of car activity to assist people who would need ADA spaces or need to use the Moby mats?
I know we're going to discuss it at the end, but while we're having staff input, Jeff, put you on the spot. We have a litany of beach access spots on this island. We're blessed with many beach access points. Is it your experience that many of them are ADA compliant and have the capacity to accommodate vehicles that are ADA situated, and the Moby mats are there to take care of their needs? Is there a need for additional ADA spots for people to park? Is that a challenge for the island? What's been your experience?
I don't think it's a terrible idea to do it, just because then we could utilize the ADA chairs a little more, like have them down there for them to either check out or rent. Not rent, but we did offer that to them. Most of the accesses do have some ADA spots. We've had to widen them over the years just because of regulations, but yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea to have one access dedicated just to ADA. There's different methods we can use as far as the Moby mats, making them wider, making it longer. I know with the traffic right now, we can't really have a lot of them out there because they're getting torn up, but once everything's settled on the beach, we can have some ADA mats that go longer, have better access. I like the location of it, where they can go up and down and still have access close to like Times Square. And that, where if we do one, on the more on the south end, if they're a visitor, they may not get the chance to go all the way down the beach on one of those chairs. So I'm not opposed to it. There are a lot of spots, and I know this is kind of a similar one to what's the one right down the road here, where there's 2 spots in an ADA, and then there's a no parking kind of thing where people load there and then kind of just back up. So it's not uncommon that people do drive down looking for parking. I think that's just kind of a beach community, how it works. But yeah, I think an ADA one would be great. We have one here, one there, kind of thing. It'd be nice to have something just dedicated to it.
Thank you.
Were there any other comments or questions about that? Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on to B here. The 5-foot sidewalk on the EIBC side of Miramar Street. Again, this is laying out that prior to the issuance of a TCO or a CO, a temporary certificate of occupancy, or a final certificate of occupancy, whichever is earliest, they will be turning over and dedicating legally the sidewalk to the town. So that just lays out at what point we would take access to it, and it gives them an idea of how long they have to develop the rest of the site so they can fit in the sidewalks. But again, they have agreed to provide 5-foot sidewalks, and if we need to have them adjust the layout of the sidewalks to better accommodate ADA spaces, for instance, as they mentioned before, we've got about 30 feet of buffer that to play with if necessary. C, a seating and bike rack for the public beach access at the end of the proposed sidewalk on Miramar Street. So again, this is just to lay out that they are going to provide seating and a bike rack at the end there. This is differentiated from the bike rack and seating and the water station that they have agreed to provide closer to Estero. So that would serve people that are not necessarily going to the beach but will be traversing Estero. These are dedicated really to people that are looking to access the beach through that beach access. And again, that will be at the expense during the development phase of the applicant. D, provide a drop-off zone and turnaround for Beach Access 31. So again, this is the discussion that we were just having about whether it's prudent to allow them to develop that down there, whether that will largely affect the quality of life of the neighbors along Miramar. And again, the staff and the applicants seem to be ready to be flexible if the master concept plan needs to change based on any possible approval from town council. So that was D. E, the extension of Miramar Street pavement. So again, this is really just sort of fixing up the end of the road of Miramar. About the last 50 feet is an area that receives a lot of people, a lot of cars, a lot of turnarounds. So that area has degraded a little bit more than the rest of Miramar. And part of the approval here is to resurface and repack the end of Miramar so that it's less of a washboard and a washout. That was E. F, beach accessibility. Again, this goes into further detail about them agreeing to provide a Moby mat. This will, again, come towards the end of the project, we would expect, and this would be done in full conformity with the turtle lighting and any other local, state, and federal regulations. And we would expect that Chad would be very involved with that in conjunction with any of his other beach activities like dune work and the replacement of other Moby mats along beach access. So they will be working closely with us once we get to that point if this is approved to place the Moby mat during the correct time of season. Lastly here, next to last, G. So this goes back to my earlier comment that they're just laying out that they are going to be providing the bike rack, the water station, the enhanced landscaping all along Estero Boulevard. So again, this would be accessible by people that are just traversing Estero and aren't necessarily going down Palm or Miramar. So this would be for the wider community. Lastly, H, landscape buffers. Again, we don't usually see this sort of laid out as a condition of approval, but they have insisted that they tell you exactly what they're going to provide. As far as the widths of the landscaping buffers, that these are actually going to be more than what is technically called for in the code, and that the maintenance of those will be at their expense. Really just straightforward about how these will be produced and who will upkeep them. Lastly, as was mentioned a little earlier, number 7 has been added, and this is to address the discussion about the wave mitigation wall. This really is some language that was crafted between the attorneys to show good faith that the applicant is going to engage with the town with the process while not explicitly calling out what they're going to provide, because I don't think any of us know where that discussion is going to go to quite yet. But they are attesting and agreeing that they will be good faith partners in that discussion in that project. That is the extent of the proposed Exhibit A, which is the conditions of approval and a list of their public benefits. Are there any questions for staff at this point? Otherwise, the applicant is here for questions.
Counselor Stafford?
No, I'm good.
Counselor Woodson?
I'm good right now.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing additional.
Counselor King?
No.
Good right now. Thanks, Jason.
Mr. Mayor, can I have one more comment before you guys
Come on up, why not?
Thank you very much. So,
You're just too nice to say no to.
I appreciate that. So, I was just listening to staff's comment. Given the limited width of Miramar and adding the access to the underground parking, I think adding that turnaround and people backing up, a potential for queuing in that regard, I think we need to consider how first responders, emergency vehicles are gonna, because we've had that at Miramar, where there's an incident on the beach, either an ambulance or police, fire needs to access that road and tend to someone that's having an emergency on the beach, or a resident on Miramar. That added traffic, that's certainly something to consider as well.
Appreciate
you.
it, thanks. All right. We already closed the public hearing, right? Yes, thank you for reminding me. Discussion, it seems like the two big points of contention here are 6A and 6D. If my notes serve me correctly. John, we'll start with you. What is your thoughts on the Miramar Street parking, non-parking issue?
You know, I'm kind of torn. I understand where the homeowners are coming from, but then also your idea about the ADA compliant would be, I think, a benefit as well. So I'm just still mulling it over in my mind.
Vice Mayor?
I'm fine with the pedestrian corridor. I'm okay with a special ADA access point, particularly if it's if the signage is well done, so people aren't turning in there for, looking for other types of parking places. But the bottom line for me, I'll support any compromise that allows us to move this proposal forward this morning.
Counselor Woodson?
Well, I think because it's a dedicated beach access, I mean, unless we close that beach access, we're gonna have people going down that road, we're gonna have cars going down that road. I don't think anyone wants to close a beach access. So I think in an effort to limit any kind of traffic that we would have going down there, the ADA portion of it makes sense to me. Having proper signage, maybe it's not 5 spaces that they have offered, but maybe it's only 2 or 3. But I think that would be the best way to limit any kind of traffic that would happen. And if we can utilize the turnaround for ADA or however that would work in there, I mean, I think a turnaround is a better option than backing up all the way back down the street. So I would be more in favor of the ADA and limiting the number of spaces.
Counselor Safford?
I'm exactly where Councilman King is. I think the reason Avenue E gets so much more traffic is because they can loop down I Street and then back out on Alva.
Well, Beach Bar is there too.
And Beach Bar there's too.
Let's be honest.
Let's be honest. But I could go either way. I mean, I really respect those property owners' rights on that street, and a green space would be great. But you threw me a curveball with the ADA parking. I think that would be a great public benefit. So.
Yeah,
I'm sorry I'm not giving you an
No,
answer.
no. I didn't expect
But
you to.
as the vice mayor said, I don't want this I want to push this project forward. I think it's a great project. I don't want to get caught in the weeds here with, 6A and 6C.
No, yeah. You done?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, just in the conversations that I had with Amy and Fred over this, ADA, to Jeff's point, ADA parking is an issue on the island. People can't get to the, they can't get to the beach, or if they can get to the beach, there's no parking there, and then they have no way to get out there. So I just thought it would be a good solution to try to mitigate the additional parking that I think we all know is going to happen, especially with a new entrance in there that wasn't there before. There's going to be an increased traffic coming down that street. I don't think any of us are naive to that point. But how can we provide something that, you know, not everybody can get out and walk and do what they need to do? So I'm really leaning towards, you know, keeping it ADA. It doesn't necessarily have to be 5 spots. It can be, but how do you, to me, when I'm looking at this, it just makes more sense to have those parking spots closer to the actual beach. So maybe, in looking at this, maybe we could increase the, you know, at the end there where the turnaround is, it's a turnaround and it's a just ADA, and maybe eliminating those spots that are up by the entrance into Estero and keeping that more green space. Does that make more sense to help keep people from trying to turn down the street because they can't see the parking spots?
Well, I think the signage would be really important
Signage
too.
is very helpful, it's very
But
helpful.
it's not on EIBC,
No, it
it's
would be
gonna
on
be
the
on
town. It would be on
Right,
the town.
right, but they're gonna provide whatever spaces if that's the route we go.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the parking down there instead of right on the corner, like you said, Estero, probably less cars will go down there, you know, looking for parking spots.
Yeah, if you're talking about if you eliminate the 5 down there where the
Yeah.
parking, so you can't see it. But again, are we now shifting to the residents that have been at the end of that street? Are we
Yeah.
shifting all, you know, all the people down to their end? I mean, this is not it's, you know, I guess to be blunt, I'm not in favor of eliminating, because all of these spaces or the turnaround, simply because I think it is a public benefit. Although I understand it's going to be an issue that it seems like you've been dealing with since World War II, with people turning around on the end of that street. So, it's not, if this was causing a new issue that you weren't dealing with before, I think I'd be more in line to say eliminate all of that parking and try to figure out a way, but, the fact that you've got to access your property there, so I guess I'll make a motion and we'll see where it goes, since everybody's kind of on the fence. I think this project, they've been working a long time to get to this point, take a lot of public input. So I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 25-13 for 1836 Estero Boulevard, Estero Island Beach Club, with the conditions as laid out. However, the 5 parking spaces, look to minimize those to just ADA compliant. Is that fair enough to say it that way, or?
So perhaps you say, property owner will construct ADA compliant parking spaces with the number
To be
to be
determined.
determined by town staff at the time of the development order.
Can you guys live with that wording? They're nodding their heads, okay. Including, they verbally agreed to not just the Moby mat, but adding the beach accessible wheelchair to the Moby mat condition.
So that's in F.
That's in, yes, F.
The town should provide those.
Well, they're gonna provide it, but we're gonna maintain, just like
Right.
they're providing the water fountain and they're providing that public benefit. But my understanding is that then gets turned over to the town
Right.
for management, as well as the sidewalk, kind of all ties together.
Real quick, just so staff can have clarification on that, is the applicant gonna be providing some number of the wheelchairs, and then the town is gonna be?
That was my question, that should be the
I
town.
could step in if I
Go ahead,
could.
Frank. Sure.
So the Moby mats, I would like to have the town have control of that, only because we picked those up during a storm event. We maintain that, and as far as the wheelchairs go, the beach access wheelchairs, we currently have those in inventory with the town. Since Ian, we've gotten replenished. So we can keep control of those as well and put that out jointly, either with the property owner or as just part of our thing, that this is an ADA compliant only area, and if you wish to have those wheelchair services provided to you free from the town, to just contact us and we could have one presented in a property.
And I understand that, but the wording that they've agreed to already is that they're gonna provide that and then turn it over to the town. That's the way I'm reading it.
That's
To
fine
make
too.
for maintenance,
That's
and
fine too.
that's what I was just saying. They were already agreeing to take care of paying for the Moby mat, but we maintain it after that. I just thought the discussion was then the wheelchair as well, which we would then maintain.
Yep.
And it sounds like they're okay with it. I see some heads going like this and some heads going like this. I can't tell. Jim, got a thumbs up? Okay.
So as far as the wording, perhaps on F, property owner shall install a Moby mat which will accommodate the location of town ADA accessible devices, wheelchairs, I don't know.
Devices might be a good word.
Something like that, at the end of the new sidewalk. So it's just saying that you would be locating the town's equipment there.
Go ahead, Amy.
I think we'd just like to clarify, have we left this as we're providing the Moby mat, the town has enough wheelchairs?
No, we don't have wheelchairs. My suggestion was to add the wheelchair along with the Moby mat that you've already agreed to provide. And if you, just one.
But it's our wheelchairs, correct?
Well,
The
it will be,
town's-
it will
Right.
be.
We
on
would turn it
completion.
over via
Just
like a
the
bill of
sidewalk,
sale, just like
the
with the Moby
parking.
mat and the, yes, so the easement that we'll be providing to turn over real property, and then we'll also be providing bills of sale for the fixtures and things that are on town property,
Right.
which this would include.
Like the water fountain, all of that stuff. That's the way I
Correct.
read the
Correct.
conditions that they were
I
presenting
agree.
to us.
But I think, are we gonna add that to F?
That
The-
was my intention, yes.
Okay.
And it sounds like they're in agreement. They're all giving a thumbs up and nodding their heads, so I don't see that this is that would make it a true ADA compliant beach access. You've got everything you need. Do I need to restate the motion, or do you think you have it, Nancy?
No, I think we've got it. 6A, we are talking about the property owner will construct ADA compliant parking spaces, and then on F, we would say, the first line, property owner shall install a Moby map with supplemental ADA
Compliant
devices
wheelchair. Well, I'd say just,
or vehicles, I don't know the
it's not a
appropriate-
vehicle, just be a wheelchair. It's all, I think it's called a wheelchair.
Yeah, it's an ADA.
Yeah.
ADA
Equipment.
wheelchair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The other thing is that we, like a spot to store those down there. Cause like at Newton, we
Well,
check
no,
them out.
I mean, we could figure that out.
Yeah.
I would think we could figure that out. 'Cause I don't know that you're gonna just leave them out there all the time, but. And then the other, part of the motion is to, agree to, Jason, your change to item A, 5A to 68 feet versus the 67.7.
I'll second the motion.
Is there any change to the drop-off and turnaround on D?
Not in my motion, no.
Okay, thank you.
So we got a motion by Mayor Allers, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Any further discussion? Scott?
No, sir.
Counselor Wilson?
Good.
Counselor King?
I'm hearing about storage now. Is that on us or is that on them?
I don't,
It's on us.
my motion does not include storage.
Okay.
How about we just make it that simple?
Thank you.
All right, Mayor Allers, I'm an aye. Councilman, or Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilman King?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
And Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is, I gotta zoom in, I can't see it. This is a legislative agenda item and is the first reading and public hearing. Is this the second?
It's the second
It's the
first
sec-
reading,
The second first reading.
correct,
All right, we'll wait just a second while everybody clears out here.
and I can explain.
Okay, give it just a second. So that. All right, this is the second first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-08. It is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Land Development Code Section 34-236, notices for rezonings, development agreements, developments of regional impact, special exceptions, administrative appeals, and variances, inclusive of variances of single-family or two-family home variances to require the applicant to provide proof of mailed and posted public notice prior to local planning agency and town council hearings, amending the matter of obtaining information by contacting town staff and the use of layman's language in required notices, providing for severability, codification, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and providing an effective date.
So you had a first reading on the title, or the title was read at your first reading. And I think Councilman Woodson, she wanted to add just one word about canals going across the right-of-way. So we took care of that. But then when we looked at the ordinance as a whole, we realized that the title itself really didn't say enough. So the underlying language that you see are some additional things that we're putting into the title, just for really legal and administrative purposes, to make sure that the title reflects what's in the ordinance. Specifically, we omitted the reference to variances at the beginning. We only had other quasi-judicial actions. So there's no a lot of substantive changes other than Councilwoman Woodson's suggestion that we did put in there. So we're really just fixing the title. Judith, do you want to add, or?
All right. Are there any questions for staff? Counselor King?
None.
Vice Mayor Adler? Counselor Woodson?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. With that, we'll open up the public comment. Is there anyone here at public comment? You sure you two look like you're ready?
They all left.
All right. Seeing no public comment, we will close public comment. Now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Is there a motion or a discussion?
I move we approve ordinance 25-08 noticing.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. We'll move on, since we still have a little bit more time, we're gonna move on to our, oh wait, how long is this gonna take? Huh?
Less than you got.
Are you gonna be
Do you
less
wanna
than
do
10 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, then let's,
Sweet.
if not, you're gonna be standing there waiting, Jason. All right, this is an update on impact fees provided by Jason Green and Access Infrastructure.
Hey, good afternoon, and I will shorten this up. I'm just handing out a kind of a screenshot of kind of how you make the sausage, and you see that up on the screen. There's some Excel spreadsheet. I really did this because I have to admit I need readers now, and I didn't want to wear them.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't, yeah, exactly. So basically, just a snapshot, I was asked to give you a quick update on the impact fees. The sheet that you have in before you basically shows a comparison of where we're at. It's been really trimmed down and streamlined from the categories. We mentioned back in, I think it was February or January when we were here, about the residential dwellings going by square footage. So you can capture the impact of the larger the residential dwelling, the more impact that it has. And we've really gone down to two categories on the non-residential. Now, there's some tweaks that we can make to this. We've also discussed with you briefly in the past about if there's other uses that you want to identify that you want to encourage, we can do some things with the numbers to make the number lower, essentially. If there's uses that if medical, I'll use medical as an example. If you want medical offices and that sort of thing, we can do some things with the uses rather than combine them all into non-residential. But most of looking at the growth and projections for the town, most of your development is in retail, eating, drinking places. Obviously, some hotels, resorts fall under other. That's another use that we could carve out and have it as a separate item on the list. It just makes it easier to implement from an implementation standpoint for staff, the fewer categories you have, and then this is just showing the changes. Now, you are required, if you have increases in your impact fee, to get this thing adopted by October. Obviously, our goal is to do it for you, get it adopted by September, so that it goes with your budget. But since you have a decrease in the category, or a decrease in the cost, that the 1 year from a year ago when we started doesn't really apply, so you can't take your time to look at this unless you want to go ahead and tell us you want to increase the fees. But I'm going to recommend you go by what the numbers projections show for these. So that's it. That's where we're at as far as this goes. I could go through all the different stuff on all the tabs in the Excel spreadsheet if you want, if you really want to get into seeing how it's calculated. But it's about population growth. It's about percent of growth, cost of a facility, right? So if we're building a new park, if you're building sidewalks, some of that can go towards new growth. Some of it has to go towards existing residents, and that's where these numbers fall out.
Questions, Vice Mayor?
Jason,
Yes, sir.
as you know, we have a budget coming up.
Mhm.
Have you done a back-of-the-envelope estimate as to what kind of revenue we could expect from this new impact fee or this revision of the impact fees?
No, we've done, what, the calculation that goes into this is based on the growth, and we have looked at the projects that you've been looking at and approving. We've also taken the R2P2 report, the MPO is currently going through a long-range transportation plan update. So all of those projects that have kind of been floated around and considered and you're looking at, those are all taken into account for costs. But remember, only a portion of that can be associated with new development and growth, right? So there's a percentage that gets assigned to those, and then the remainder has to be covered by yourselves. Now, some of that will be grants, some of that will be other funding sources. No, I have not done a specific for this year. If you're asking for the revenue from the impact fees, a lot of that has to do with timing. I think you mentioned today a lot of these bigger projects you've approved, they've got a long ways to go before they get to the vertical construction side of it. So the impact fees will be collected at that point when they're getting ready to go vertical, rather than the site development.
So when they put shovel in the ground?
When they get their building permit, essentially, when they pick that up, that's when we charge the fees.
So if you were our new finance director for the town, would you be encouraged by this revenue stream on the early side, or would you suggest that you not consider it until later on?
You need to get this in place, there's other reasons why, but you need to get this in place just aside from the revenue side, the legal side. And then the revenue side, it depends on your priorities and the timing of your capital projects. I think some of your stuff is still in planning phase, so you have time to collect revenues to then go towards those costs. The reality with impact fees, and I said this before, and I told staff I want to make sure that we say it again, the reality with impact fees is impact fees don't pay for everything. A lot of people think it's a silver bullet and it's going to solve holes in budgets, and it doesn't. It pays for a portion of your capital projects. The remainder has to come from your other revenue sources. So all that methodology and math is in this formula and all the magic spreadsheet and all that, but that's just the reality of it. It's not, you got to have the projects. The more projects, the more expensive they are, the more money you got to find from other places. So the impact fees will not wholly pay for all that. I just want to be clear on that.
So it's not a panacea.
Correct.
But having said that, and maybe this is more of a Nancy question, but given your research, if, very speculative if at some point we needed to find a revenue source to help with our school, would it be legal to utilize some of these funds to help with the beach school?
Well, you've got two categories, and thank you for bringing that up, because you have two categories that you have up here. You will still continue to collect on behalf of the school board the school impact fee, and you will still collect the fire district fee, but those don't go to you. That's a pass-through. So the two categories you have now are mobility, which used to be called transportation, and you also have a parks and recreation fee. So those are the two categories you're collecting on behalf of yours. Those funds have to go for those uses. Mobility being anything to create mobility around community. Now that can also be transit. You can help fund some additional transit, some capital purchases for them. You can partner with the transit provider. Maybe some shelters can be worked into that, some of that sort of thing. But it's supposed to be kept within the category. Now, can that supplement some of the things that you're talking about doing, transit to a facility? Perhaps. But that would be another category, I would think, if you're talking about expanding or redeveloping a facility like that.
So you're saying no to the beach school? But potentially, because all money is fungible, if we were to say to the school district, we could offset some of your transportation costs?
Potentially through the mobility, we'd have to look at that, yes. But obviously, rational nexus and proportionate share type of thing, yes, it would have to be.
Would you also potentially, if we wanted to make modifications to the Mound House for it to become a transportation hub for the water ferry, would that be something that would work within this new paradigm?
I think there's an opportunity for that. Again, mobility, that goes to the ferry kind of conversation. Is there sufficient funds to cover all of it? Probably not, but is there opportunities to make that work and pay for some of that? Yes. It's going to come down to your prioritization. It's going to come down to revenue. It's going to come down to how you rank and prioritize these things.
As we put our budget together and we look at a capital improvements budget, should we begin to work under the premise that these impact fees will be coming?
Yes, I mean, obviously the goal is to adopt by September, latest October. You already are collecting impact fees. Part of the reason why we want to meet that timeline is we want to avoid any risk of having to suspend collection of those. So the continuation of the collection of those from now as you are to the new rates, that would be continuous without a break.
And the timeline for the completion of your work is when?
We're going to work with Nancy on the actual implementation ordinance this summer, unless if you have any other direction or feelings on categories, such as hotels or something else to be specific called out, we can make those changes in July into August, and hopefully, I think Nancy and I talked about August.
We'd like to get it to you
first
sooner,
reading, yes.
because things happen in the fall, as you know. So maybe first reading in August with the second reading to follow shortly thereafter.
Sure.
So today's just really more of an update. We're not formally deciding anything today, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct, but we do need final direction on, hey, we really think hotels should be a separate item, or we're okay with the categories we have, or if from an economic development standpoint, is there a use that you really want to encourage? Let's have a very low fee for that and kind of fudge those numbers, so to speak, for that use so that we can encourage it. Those are the types of final direction we need today, essentially.
Well, if I don't mind jumping,
Please,
because
yeah.
I'm gonna have to recess here in
Yep.
just a couple minutes. Although, I believe there's one that you left out that's very important. We've talked a lot about this mitigation wall that we wanna potentially look down. To me, it's sounding like what I'm hearing you say is we need to look at having more buckets, if you will, than just the mobility and the Parks and Rec, because unless you feel that something like that potentially could fall within one of those two categories as well.
Well, the wall, I'd be concerned about what the capacity that you're creating. I mean, you change some insurance and developable ways to develop, but I don't know that I'm unsure yet of the capacity that it creates as infrastructure, right? So typically your roads are widening, putting lanes in, putting sidewalks in, turn lanes, creating additional capacity for more cars, more people. When you put lights up on a ball field, you create more time and more capacity for those fields. That's what the impact fees go towards. And again, a split between some of it new and then the rest of it has to be paid for by existing. And I don't know enough of the details about that, but it's not just because we need to build something. If that's infrastructure that's creating more capacity at the beach, or you're buying more parklands, that's typically what the impact fee goes towards.
Well, I would be in favor of having you take a little deeper look at the three projects I think that have been brought up, unless someone else has other projects on the top of their mind that he should.
No, that's number one.
Take a look at, I don't wanna, my fear is pigeonholing us into an area that, we run out of transportation things that you could potentially use funding on.
Yes, and the challenge again is always tying it to growth, right? And tying
Right.
it to their share of the cost of that improvement that's necessary.
Sure.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
The only thing I would add to that potentially is this alternative bike path that we've been discussing over the last couple of years. That would be.
I believe that's included in that.
That would be included, okay.
Yep. We took all our
Mobility.
P2 projects, we priced them out, we used DOT and MPO recent project numbers, we estimated what the costs of those are. I wouldn't use they're just planning purposes, but what the linear foot costs, X number of dollars, we mapped all that out, and then that kind of fed into this.
Well, be my recommendation to have you work with staff to get more information on that mitigation.
Okay.
wall to add, cause it sounds like you've got everything else
Yes.
covered.
I think so, yep.
Bring it back to us in August with.
Yeah, and just from a budgetary standpoint, I guess my suggestion is making sure, because we got asked this question from the MPO. I don't think you quite have a formalized priority list for those capital projects yet. So doing so and identifying some impact fees, some grants, some whatever revenue, maybe one is all impact fee, all of that is always helpful every year that you do that as part of your budget process, and having that formalized 5-year CIP so you can map out. To your question, Vice Mayor, is every year we collect the revenues. What is design, construction, and all that for those capital projects, and keeping track of that. Plus, it helps you with grants, having that list of that 5-year.
Nancy, do we need to do any kind of motion for this?
No, I think he's got
Yep.
direction, and we'll work with him over the summer, and then
Okay.
hopefully have an ordinance for you for first reading in August.
Okay.
So, any other comments, or, okay? So, all right, well, Jason Utley here from Planning Analytics is with us, and he's been working on the project with us too, so I just didn't want to forget to mention him since he sat here with me.
No problem. All right, thanks, Jason.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we hit the nail on the head. It's 11:50. We're gonna recess till 12:50. We ready? All right, we're gonna reconvene the meeting. It is 12:50. We are on administrative agenda item B. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, authorizing the town manager to execute the 2026 participation request and renewal form for the Florida Recovery Obligation Calculation FROC program, authorizing the town manager or their designee to execute and submit related documents needed to implement and administer the program, including the disaster readiness assessment, any post-disaster questionnaires, and abatement activities, providing an effective date. Will, this,
Jason?
Jason?
That's it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
I'm
take that
gonna
one.
let Jason speak
Okay,
to details
perfect.
on this. He's much
Sure.
more-
So one of the projects that we've been working on is the FROC program again. We introduced that to you all back about 2 years ago when we opted in for the first year. We're moving into the third year now of the program, so FDEM has been really adamant on improving the program and giving some sample forms and policies and procedures. So we just wanted to bring that before you all because we do need our governing board approval to opt in again for this year, and then after that, you'll be automatically opted in from what we understand. So this will be the last time that we will be seeking your formal approval for it, but we'll always give you an update as well. So just if anybody doesn't know what the FROC program is, it's the Florida Recovery Obligation Calculation. It's an initiative sponsored by the Florida Division of Emergency Management that standardizes, streamlines, and simplifies the public assistance process. So FDEM does a review of a lot of our emergency policies and procedures, such as your emergency procurement policy, debris removal, contracts, standard operating procedures, and gives feedback on those and kind of does a pre-audit before an event just to see where you align in different areas to improve. And then they equate a score to your readiness every year. So I'm pulling up the current score for this year. When we first started in 2024, the score's out of 60, and right now the program covers Category A, which is debris removal, and Category B, which is emergency protective measures. Those are the FEMA categories. We started in 2024 with a 37 in Category A and a 38 in Category B. And as of this year, we are up to a 56 in Category A and a 58 in Category B out of 60. So we're almost there. Almost there.
Good job, good job.
And so those points actually equate to a percentage of money that you can receive up front upon obligation of FEMA projects. So there's another opportunity after an event where you can fill out what's called a post-disaster questionnaire, and that gives you an option, or essentially they call it a bonus points of up to 20 more. But no matter what, upon obligation, we can be receiving right now upwards of 50% of the money up front. So it's a pretty cool opportunity. We're definitely looking forward to working with everybody on that. Thank you to everybody that helped us with it. We're catching Will up to speed on the FROC program as well, and looking to implement as much as we can. So seeking your approval to opt in again for this year.
And I think you left one part of that out, though, that was very important. If I'm not mistaken, the town of Fort Myers Beach was the first applicant into the FROC program.
We were in that first cycle. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on that part, but yeah, we definitely were in that
The first
first.
cy-
Yeah, the first cycle into it. So I know a lot of cities are growing and they're kind of looking at the program. Every conference and every organization is really promoting that too. Of a lot of people that didn't opt in the first year, the second year. I think this third year is going to be the biggest participation that they've seen so far, and they're looking to really streamline it across the state and potentially the country too. So yeah, it's a really cool opportunity. FDEM's worked really hard on it, and it's kind of a good way for us to take a look at our policies and procedures, see where we can improve and update everything. So we'll probably be coming before you all eventually, maybe with some updated resolutions or ordinances that require some input from you all, like on emergency procurement. But yeah, looking forward to another year if y'all approve this. So.
All right. Scott, any questions for
No, congratulations, good job.
Councilor Woodson?
Yeah, I think it's awesome.
Vice Mayor?
Nice job, Jason. I'm wondering if Counselor King will have to recuse himself. Didn't you used to DJ at F-Rock, John?
Sorry.
It's K-Rock.
Twitch in F-Rock. No, to your point, Mayor, I think you're right. We were an early adopter of that. I don't know if we were first out of the gate, but I'll take that as your word. And great job. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Yeah, good job. All right. There's no other questions. Is there a motion? I'll make a motion to approve resolution 25-200 for the 2026 FROC participation.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Oh, well, I guess I can vote. I'll vote for FROG.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving a second amendment to the Emergency Services Provider Agreement dated December 2nd, 2024 with Florida Marine Contracting and Recovery LLC, which was previously ratified by the Town Council on January 8th, 2025, to further extend the term of the agreement retroactively from April 30th, 2025 to May 15th, 2025, to allow for payment of outstanding invoices for debris removal from waterways in the town of Fort Myers Beach caused by Hurricanes Helene and Milton, and disposal at an authorized waste management site completed after expiration of the agreement, and providing for an effective date.
We'll bring Chad up to talk about this, and he'll be able to stick around for the next one as well, so.
Perfect.
Thanks, Chad.
Welcome, Whiskers.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Chad Schutz, environmental staff. So we had this marine debris project. Y'all had budgeted $2 million, and we had additional monies and canals that still had marine debris obstructions in the navigable waterway. So we continued on, didn't spend any more money, but just allowed for a little bit more time to get things wrapped up in the canals as best we could with the time and money we had left.
All right. Counselor King, any questions for Chad?
None.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
None.
Counselor Woodson?
So my question would be, do you feel comfortable that we're done? Are we still doing, or where are we at?
I guess it depends on what you classify as done. What we are doing is restoring navigation, so right now we feel good with that. A big storm could rustle something up or, kind of move it around so that it does become another issue, and Curtis is going to be doing regular surveys of the canals, and will let us know if we do have any issues, and take it that way. But you're never going to get all the debris out of the canals.
Right.
So as much as I'd like to do that, it's just not feasible.
Okay.
Counselor Safford?
I'm good.
I don't have any. Thanks, Chad.
You're welcome.
All right. Is there any further discussion or a motion to approve or deny? I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 25-206 for the Second Amendment to the SPA 24-14-EN Marine Debris FMCR.
I'll second.
All right. Got a motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And Counselor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next, a resolution of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to award ITB 25-02-EN to Earth Balance Corporation as the only responsive and responsible bidder to complete the Estero Island Dune Planting Project, authorizing the town manager to execute an agreement between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and the Earth Balance Corporation in the amount of $509,859.50, of which the town shall expend budgeted funds in the amount of $76,988.78 as its portion of the total cost, with the remainder to be paid by a grant, providing for Scrivener's errors, severability, and effective date. Chad?
So, very exciting that this is about to be awarded. Long time coming to finish off our beach renourishment. We'll be planting from Bowditch down to Big Carlos Pass for whoever's opted into our dune management program. One of the most friendly dune management, property owner friendly dune management plans in the state of Florida. Sorry. Do y'all have questions on how the funding is happening, or any of those figures?
The only
It
question
is
I have is that our portion has already been budgeted, correct?
Yes, we are not spending, we're not gonna spend anywhere near what we have budgeted, even that $72,000. We're, for the portion that's from Margaritaville all the way to Big Carlos Pass, FDM has confirmed that we can use the FDM grant, that $8 million grant that we got. We still have ample funds to pay for that, and that is no match for the town, so that $70,000 is gonna be drastically reduced, as that is the vast majority of the plantings that are gonna be done is from Margaritaville to Big Carlos Pass. From Bowditch to Crescent Park is gonna be a combination of our FDEP grant which that's where that 15% comes in. And then FEMA gave us mitigation money to up the plant size to a more mature plant. So the difference between a 2-inch plant versus a 4-inch or a gallon plant, FEMA's gonna cover that.
Vice Mayor?
Chad, if you could, could you explain what one would hope to expect if you're a homeowner on the beach, or if you're a condo on the beach, or if you're a business on the beach, hotel or otherwise? Can you sort of kind of lay out what they should be expecting over the next few months based upon this proposal?
Sure. So we're contracting with Earth Balance, so they're going to be bringing in truckloads of plants and hand planting them out on the berm or where that berm alignment was.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me stop you. Does this entity already have each individual's plan of attack? Because I thought each property owner had some involvement in selecting plants and where they want them. Is that already been established? Do they have to go through that exercise? Kind of walk people through that as well.
Sure. So we had 3 options in the dune management plan: a low profile, medium profile, and sea-oat heavy combination of 4 plants. The 4 plants being sea oats, bitter panicum, which is that greenish bluegrass, dune daisies, which is the yellow flower, and railroad vine, which is a vine with a purple flower. So all 3 plants are those, but the sea oat is like 75% sea oats, and then the rest split between the other 3, whereas the low profile is 15% sea oats, more bitter panicum, and then like 10 and 15% are thereabouts with the railroad vine and dune daisies. So all the feedback I've gotten from residents is that they want low profile, and the assumption that staff is proceeding with is that unless we hear from properties otherwise, that we're going to be planting that low profile regime of plants. And the exceptions to that are Bowditch and Crescent Park. The county wanted the sea oat heavy planting regime, so we're happy to do that. There will be we had reviewed in Murph, and we may have posted the plans up on the beach page. I don't see Nicole, but if it's not already up there already, we'll post our the default configuration where instead of leaving a 10-foot gap opening as you face the beach, it'll be shifted so that there'll be an opening kind of pointing towards Sanibel, and that 10-foot gap will be a little bit more 30-degree angle to the Gulf instead of going right into it, which it's just a mitigation to attempt to kind of reduce wave impacts and minor surge events.
So if folks don't reach out to you, there's a default planting paradigm already in place that will be coming, and
we're basing the openings on historical openings. We got a GIS staff over at the engineering firm to basically put those openings where historically openings were. Those are being adjusted as we hear from property owners, and we're happy to work with property owners on getting a configuration that they're going to be happy with. But in general, we want to leave an opening at least wide enough that they could, either get, equipment if they have a raker that's raking behind the dune vegetation, or just make sure they have adequate access so that there's not any issues.
is there gonna be at some point some release letting people know that, hey, this is what's, if we don't hear from you, this is what to expect, and if you want to, make a different choice, here's your options, and here's, why somebody might take that other option? Or is it,
We can.
I just don't, unless, are you talking to everybody on a daily basis? Is there an
I'm hearing
informal-
back from some property owners. I would hate to overpromise and get in touch with the amount of properties that have changed hands, and
No, I didn't,
even.
no, I don't, that's not fair for you. I just was thinking in terms of it just, there's a resource
Sure.
for if people wanted to say, if you said, hey, this is the default choice, and here's why, and here's why it makes the most sense for most people. And then you could at least let them know, here's, for some people may not like the default choice, and here's your other 2 options. I do think it's incumbent upon the property owner, but it's been so long now that I wonder if the property owner even knows when they're supposed to interact with the town, and just trying to think about a
Sure.
practical way to.
At Mr. Will's direction, I can work with Nicole and get some additional education out there to show them what's coming, any options, and contact emails to discuss any concerns.
And all the, just for folks who are listening, all the planting will be done by this vendor and will be paid for by this appropriation, correct?
Yes, sir,
So no cost to the landowner at this point.
other than just paying the taxes.
Okay, that's good. I just don't think a lot of people know that at this point, because it's been a while. I mean,
Yes,
it's
sir.
all good news. I just think we need to communicate at some point, particularly when these folks get going, because, you know, once they start planting, everyone's gonna
Everybody's
start
gonna
talking.
get excited, yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Well, if you
okay.
wanna transplant any railroad vines, they're everywhere in our neighborhood, so.
I know, there's so many vacant lots where I look at it and I'm
They're
just like,
just full.
know that they're gonna build over, and I just wanna go and grab all their plants and go put them out on the beach.
Exactly, covered in them.
Is there a timeline, start date, finish date, and what's gonna be the pattern? Is you gonna start north, work your way south, or?
I think we're gonna start on Finished Beach and work our way out. I'll work with the engineer on that sequencing and get that back to you, but I imagine we're gonna be starting north and working our way south. Or maybe on both sides, but we can't really dictate. We'll work with the engineer and the.
Do you have a tentative start date once approved?
No, so with plants, it's not necessarily with tens and tens of thousands of plants. It's the nurseries have to grow those plants and have them ready. This has been talked about in the conference arena for months, if not, years now. So the major vendors that, were qualified to be able to get this volume, as well as, put up the bonds and all that to qualify to bid for this, were aware this was coming. So I am optimistic we'll be able to start soon. They've known it's coming down the line for a while with this beach renourishment project already happening. So I think we'll start sooner than later. We're not gonna have to wait for them to grow it and then plant it. They should have stock, but I'll be able to confirm scheduling as soon as we award it, and not in that cone of silence anymore.
Okay. And then a total project, given they have enough plants, would take how long?
I'll get back to you.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair enough.
Gee, one more question. We'll use my old condo, Bermuda Dunes, for an example. They do nothing. They don't contact you. What will the frontage of their property look like? What type of plants, what percent, like is a third gonna be X, a 2/3 is gonna be Y, then there's a space? What would the average person see when this is all done in a perfect world?
Sure. So if memory serves me, they had a pathway on the north and the south end coming from the property. So we would recreate those pathways. The opening would kind of twist out to the north towards Sanibel. They would be the low profile dune planting plan along that berm.
What would that mean, the low profile
So the
planting?
low profile is just one of those 3 planting regimes where you have 15% sea oats, I believe it's like 50 or 60% bitter panicum, and the rest split between the dune daisies and railroad vine.
What's bitter panicum?
It's a kind of a bluish green grass.
It's a good rock
You'll
painting.
see it whenever you drive out along
Broke up.
along the.
So these are pretty low level plants, so nobody needs to be worried about their line of sight, et cetera. I mean,
No,
it's ground
I
cover
mean,
type
it's
plants.
going to collect sand. The dune's going to build as we
Yeah.
plant those plants, and for some people that will be saving grace, and for other people that will be a source of irritation. And we have our dune height lowering protocol and that dune management plan to help alleviate those concerns.
Great, thank you very much.
Coach King?
I just recommend a higher SPF for when the beach restoration whiskers get whisked away.
Yes,
So
sir. It was,
you go back to baby face.
It's a lot of sun this weekend. We were too many conversations, I think, in the sun probably. That's what
You're gonna
happened.
look a little pale under there.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Chad. This is, I know, been a Herculean task for you to get with all these property owners. Everybody has a different idea of what they want, but I just paid attention to some of them, and it was painful, but you're much more patient than I am.
We try. Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, Chad.
Mayor, I'll move resolution 25-209, award ITB-25-02-EN, Estero Island Dune Planting Project.
All right, a motion by Counselor King,
I'll second.
seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Any further discussion? Counselor King,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor Safford.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Chair.
Next, for the lone survivor in the audience, it's been here the entire time. This is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a claim deed to Kevin D. and Mary Kathleen Turner, conveying an interest to the town may or may not have in property located adjacent to the Turner's property to allow the Turners to complete immediate repairs to a seawall, which is placing their pool at risk of damage. Nancy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. There was a little bit of discussion regarding this issue at your last M&P meeting, and the direction was to prepare the quitclaim deed that would allow for the conveyance of the existing seawall as well as some adjacent property to the Turners. The benefit to the town of doing so is basically the concern with potential liability in the event that there is some type of seawall collapse and ensuing damage to the pool area. This is very comparable to a situation where there's a pothole in the road and the town is put on notice. The town needs to do something to eliminate that liability, and this is a way to accomplish that.
Okay.
Is this a quick claim deed or a quit claim deed?
Quit
Quit.
is a scrivener error in the
Both sides,
T.
though.
Okay, thank you.
Both sides.
Well, it's quick on one side and quit on the other, isn't it?
It should be quit claim. Q-U-I-T.
It's all quick.
Quit claim.
Let's cut
Yeah,
it to a quick
in
one.
the description, it says quick. That's
Oh,
a scrivener's error.
Oops. Yeah, that's a scrivener's error, definitely.
All right. Kathy, you've been here. Do you want to come up and say anything? I know you've been dealing with this for years, so if everybody's okay with proceeding on order,
Sure.
I think she has earned her right to come up
You
and say a
bet.
few words if she'd like.
I think we covered everything at M&P.
Okay.
I'm grateful that this has reached the council and that we can move forward. And have the contractor ready to go.
Good.
And the permit will be filed, and I'm gonna talk to Frankie about moving that along so we can get it through before hurricane season starts, so. And this is at our cost, so this is a benefit of the town. We're gonna be spending a lot of money getting that seawall repaired, replaced with the vinyl and all that. The docks have to come out, whatever's left of them. So this is at our cost, so it's definitely a benefit of the town that you don't have to worry about 406 Madison Court going forward.
Well, thank you for your
Perfect.
patience, and
My pleasure, thank you.
you're welcome.
Mayor, I'll move the authorization for you to sign the quit claim deed.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item F. Right, yeah, F. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the town manager to execute the purchase of replacement pumps for the Moss Marine Pump Station in a not-to-exceed amount of $160,300 and providing for an effective date.
Jeff Hauge, Community Services Director. So yeah, we need to replace that pump that's down at Moss Marina. I know that's gonna be a project coming up through CDBG-DR on the county's end. We just can't wait any longer. It's crucial to have water on this island, so we gotta replace this pump before it really just goes out. We've been trying to put a Band-Aid on it for a while now, and it's just getting to that point where it needs replacing or we may not have the chance to repair it.
Okay, questions for Jeff? Counselor King?
Just a clarification, because this makes it sound like it's something benefiting Moss Marine. It's
Oh, no,
actually
no.
benefiting the town.
It is the town's, it's
the-
just on the.
It's just the location.
Yeah, the location is the
Right.
Moss Marina, location where the water comes in from the
Right.
county.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
No questions.
Counselor Woodson?
Well, I think we're just in the nick of time. I walk past that a few times a week, and that thing is getting louder and drippier, and, I mean, it needs work.
Yeah, it'll eventually go to the other side and the county's gonna take it over, but obviously we need to do it now.
Their
before-
project is massive, so it's
It's gonna
take
be a
some
while,
time.
yeah.
Counselor Safford?
Is drippier a word?
It is now.
Drippier? It is.
If you're a
More
10-year-old boy
drip.
playing baseball, yeah, you wear a lot of drip.
Drip.
Yeah, I agree. That thing needs to be replaced.
It's horrible.
All right.
No
Thanks, Jeff.
questions.
I don't have any other questions. Is there a motion for resolution 25-201?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Idaho?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item G. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, authoring the town manager to purchase a Neptune advanced metering infrastructure system from Ferguson Waterworks, Inc., who is a sole source provider of the system in the state of Florida, as authorized in section 2-480C of the Code of Ordinances, in a not-to-exceed amount of $480,560, and providing for an effective date.
All right, again, Jeff Hauge, Community Services Director. Yes, we switched over systems in the water department. These are to fund the antenna system. So throughout the town, there's going to be antennas that can read the meters instead of us having to go up and down and use staff time. It's also going to be a good thing because if there's a storm coming, we can do one quick read before the storm comes, and then have a baseline of what that might be. So if they all get destroyed, we have a baseline what their water meter reading was at the time of the storm. So these are for the antennas for them. So we're just looking to upgrade our system so it's more effective for us.
Is this cost for installation, the product, everything?
Yeah.
Scott, any questions?
No, sir.
Karen?
Nope.
Jim?
Jeff, normally this kind of meter system still requires you drive through the neighborhoods. Is that still the case?
If we need to, but these antennas will actually pick up they'll have antennas on the meter too, and then these ones that are placed throughout the town will actually read the meter.
So the vehicles are no longer required to drive through the neighborhoods?
Not unless there's a misread. So
Really?
yes.
That's amazing, yeah. Very good. No more questions.
All right. Counselor King?
Funding comes from,
The water fund.
thank you.
Is it
Right.
budgeted already?
Yes, it's been in the works for a while now. We've been wanting this new system for a while, so yeah, it's budgeted.
Very good.
Very good.
All right. Is there a motion to approve resolution 25-202?
So moved.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Idaho?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is resolution 25-207. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving a third amendment to the agreement between the town and Earthview LLC for stormwater maintenance and repairs to increase the amount for the performance of ground penetrating radar services in an amount not to exceed $65,000, amending contract terms to include a provision concerning force majeure and coercion, authorizing the town manager to execute the third amendment and providing an effective date.
Jeff Hauge, Community Services Director, for the record. So yeah, we've been doing a lot more locates. Earthview's been doing all of our locates. We had some staff that did it before. We don't currently have the staffing to do it until we get some people hired. So Earthview's been doing all of them, and with all these projects going on with FP&L and Comcast, we really have been getting a lot of locate requests. So we used Earthview, and it's just getting to be a lot of them. So let's get increase. And it's also going to come out of the water fund.
Preemptive answering questions. Look at you. Counselor
Figured I'd
Safford,
help
any
you out.
questions?
No, sir.
Counselor Woodson?
I don't know if it's relevant, I don't think it's relevant for this at all, but I do have a question about the stormwater and sewer maintenance. I'm seeing a lot of grass growing out of the grills and everything else, and I'm just wondering, is that just for the top, or does that go all the way down, or what is happening there?
So the ones on Estero, I think the town manager we've had some concerns about that with the county. They're actually in charge of all the county ones, so when you're driving down Estero and you see the vegetation coming up,
Yeah.
that's them having to clean out their stormwater drains.
And there's a lot of them.
And we've been cleaning out, I know as we go with Earthview, and our guys try to clean out our storm drains. So they'll look at that, and yeah, have to be snaked out when we need them. But everyone, we've tried to hit as many storm drains as we can pre-season. Then we're getting our gap vac truck hopefully any day now, so we can do it on our own and go and get them to clean them out. So, but the ones on Estero are unfortunately the counties.
I mean, luckily, we haven't had any big storms yet, but, I mean, they're
Correct.
coming.
Is there,
Yeah.
is there a possibility to, just forward thinking with, now that we will have our own truck, to work maybe with the county as far as getting an interlocal agreement to be Johnny on the spot, so to speak, when it comes to cleaning those things?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that will be part of the discussion. When I met with Dave Harner last week and his team over at the county, this was a topic of discussion. I did express to him our concerns with Estero Boulevard, and he's gonna work with his team on that, but we also agreed to future discussions, both, combining efforts and us getting a little bit better visibility on their work on Estero.
Yeah, and then I think you had the conversation with even the sand on Estero and those
Yes,
kind of things. Our
that too.
staff, the town staff has been doing it, just as a necessity, and we don't want it to clog it up, but we asked for a little bit of help from the county to take care of their road.
All right. Any other questions for Jeff on this one?
More of a comment, I guess, this came up during the MRF meeting last week. One of the residents on Miramar had a concern about their drains actually gurgling, so if somebody could check into that, or,
Was it
On-
stormwater or sewer?
I thought she said it was stormwater.
Okay, yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Thank you.
I think that was Jennifer, right?
Yeah.
I think that was at the Anchorage Advisory Committee.
We,
I should go to the MRF.
we've had a few calls about kind of the gurgling, but it's been in the sewer.
Okay.
But, which is also Lee County's, but we'll go check it out anyway. There's a couple of manholes that issues to it, but our staff usually goes and at least puts eyes on it to make sure what it is, so even if it's sewer, we can report it to the right people.
All right, thank you.
Very good. All right, is there a motion to approve resolution 25-207?
So moved.
Okay,
Second?
motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is resolution 25-91. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving the purchase of an aluminum boat from Scully's Aluminum Boats, Inc., and authorizing the town manager to execute a purchase order for this boat for a not-to-exceed amount of $120,778 and providing an effective date.
So this is about the fourth time that you've seen this in front of you for an aluminum boat. This was actually back when Joe was here. He had requested that Mr. Scully, this was the only model vessel that he assembles that wasn't on the GIS, or excuse me, the GSA, the government site that we purchased from. And so through communications with Curtis and Mr. Scully, they were able to get this vessel put onto the GSA, and it met the requirements that Joe was asking for just shortly before Joe left. So this is just kind of a little house cleaning and getting it put in front of you. It did in fact do that, and we are able to purchase that boat now.
And just for the record, where that funding is gonna come from?
It was a combination of different areas that Joe had already set aside, through interest that he had set aside, savings account interest, and then also through, I believe it was some of the fines that we were collected.
Code enforcement lien?
Yes, sir.
Is this replacing the stolen one, or?
It is in one sense, in the other sense, it was providing a maintenance vessel that the mooring field could use,
Okay.
because they cannot use the cleanout boat.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Frankie? Vice Mayor?
No.
Counselor Woodson?
No, good.
All right.
Good.
And is there a motion for the resolution 25-91?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Our last administrative agenda item is item J, resolution 25-208. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, awarding ITB 25-04-PR to Persons Service Corp. as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, approving an agreement between the Town of Persons Service Group to install field turf grass, pickleball courts, and walking path to finish the Bay Oaks Recreation Campus redevelopment project in a not-to-exceed amount of $450,615, authorizing the execution of the agreement by the town manager and providing an effective date.
Jeff Hauge, Community Services Director. Yeah, this is the hopefully we're getting down to the end of this one. This is
It's a
the Bay Oaks
long time
redevelopment
coming.
that was supposed to start right as Ian hit. We've had about 3 chances at this thing now. We do know, I haven't heard back from from the Department of Interior on this with an extension, so we have until August 31st to get this thing done. So the timeline is working out as long as we can get these trailers off where the pickleball courts are going to be. Right now, you can see they started the grading of it and crushing of the concrete. So this is the next phase of it after that's done. So it's actually the same company that we each had a bid on both of them. So ironically, they were the only ones to bid. So that's no competition for them. But yeah, they're good. So we were coming in right about 1.8 or so under the 2 million. So we actually, I think, did it as far as financially. It's going to be a little bit more minimal than we were hoping at first, but at least the park will be done with some grass. We'll have 4 pickleball courts. That's kind of all they could budget, and a walking path. So, and then we can make improvements kind of as we go. But
Very good.
fingers crossed, this thing's finally going to get done.
Well, you don't want to lose $1 million.
No, the timeline is looking good. So we might instead of maybe sod, we might do a hydro seed, especially because it's rainy season. So that's been a suggestion. That A, keeps the cost down, and B, we'll get it to root a little better.
John, questions?
I see our matching part is coming from ARPA funds.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Jim?
Jeff, long before Ian, I was pushing for a walking path around the circumference of Bay Oaks, kind of like a little track, if you will. Is this anything like that, or is this different?
It's going to be almost exactly like that.
Really?
Yeah, it's
I
going to
thought-
go
I thought
around.
they weren't going to be able to do that. That's
If
great.
you remember,
Smaller scale.
it's smaller scale. I mean,
Uh-huh.
we're going to start out with crushed shell.
Okay.
But it'll at least be a walking path where they can walk around it. Right now, it's going to go around kind of over by the school, come around by Bay Oaks, and then there is a path then that goes around by the tennis courts and all the way through. So there will be a walking path for people to come down, take a nice long walk.
Will it be signage to measure distance? Because people like to know.
Oh, we certainly can. Yeah. Yep.
I think that'd be great. And just ballparking, is it like a quarter-mile route, half mile?
I couldn't even tell you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I can look that up.
No, I think that's a great development. I didn't realize that you made progress on that. That's really
Yeah,
good.
and then there'll be, well, like I said, 4 pickleball courts, and then some picnic areas within the green space.
Very good.
Jim, I would support you grabbing one of those distant wheels and being the first to walk around it
I just-
and get it accurate.
I just go foot after foot. I just kind of walk it.
Oh, I want to see that. That's going to take some time.
That's balance.
Yeah, that's very good. Karen, any questions?
No questions, if this is gonna make our Wednesday meeting a lot nicer.
Sure will. Yeah, and then they'll make every meeting after that a little shorter, because we won't be discussing it.
Scott?
I'm good.
Okay, I'm good too. All right. Is there a motion to approve resolution 25-20?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next, we have final public comment. Kathy, you're the only one here. You want to come and say hi again? No? All right. All right. We'll close public comment. Town manager items. Will?
Just a few things, 3 or 4, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Good news, we got a finance department hire, our new budget manager. Thanks to Talisa and the assistance of Carolyn and Tracy, we found a really good candidate to be starting relatively soon as our new budget manager, just in time. Like I mentioned before, I had a great meeting last week with Dave Harner, county manager of Lee County, and his whole staff. Tracy and I, very good meeting for me, first introductions and kind of start the conversations. And among other things, we talked about Estero Boulevard. We talked about progress on some of the county parks and stuff in the town, and got some good updates on that. And I look forward to that relationship building going forward. I had a meeting with Royal Palm Coast Realtor Association, their public policy advisor and lobbyist, and I think it'll be another good tool for us, good resource for us as we build our case for Fort Myers Beach Elementary School, and how valuable it is to property here on the island and the county as well. So they're going to be in support of us there. Actually, they're going to have a meeting in August where he's going to bring that to his board. and ask for them to support us like many of the developers and businesses have here in our community. And finally, just one more word on the town hall relocation. There will be no disruption to Bay Oaks activities, our summer programs or other recreational activities. Our staff is going to be separated from those activities. And just want to mention to you all that you can hold meetings there if you need to hold meetings, or we can accommodate in the new town hall. There are some restrictions on time, and the first floor is still not available, but if you like, we can accommodate meetings there as well, up on the 3rd floor. And that's all I have.
Okay. Do you need us to give you any kind of direction to those going forward? Because I know you got a lot of AV equipment that would need to be moved.
Well, I'm talking about just if you individually need to have meeting
Oh,
space.
got it. I thought you were talking about
You,
town
the
council
counselors.
meetings. Oh,
No,
maybe
no,
I
we've
missed
got that all
breaking
sorted.
news.
We've
Okay.
got that and the other board, and the board meetings sorted, Mr. Mayor.
All right, perfect.
But
We're back over in
if
Bay
you
Oaks.
or any of the other counselors need to meet with constituents or anything, we can accommodate at either location.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Will. Town manager or town attorney items.
Oh, I do have an item on the agenda. Did you want to read the title?
I'd be happy to. Let me get back up to it. This is resolution 25-211. This is a resolution of the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, making findings, approving the payment of reasonable attorney fees for the defense of recall petitions against 2 town council members and providing for an effective date.
So as you're aware, there are 2 pending recall petitions, one against Counselor Woodson and one against Counselor King. The question was asked, in the event that they were to hire outside counsel to assist them in this endeavor, would the town become liable or responsible for the payment of fees? There's been a lot of email correspondence regarding this issue. I first want to clarify on the record that the Vos Law Firm will not be representing either individual. Clearly, we would have a conflict of interest, and we made that very clear at the beginning. We are, however, working very closely with the town clerk's office. This week it's Jason, last week it was Amy, because obviously recall petitions is something that is not routine like some of the contracts that you have just approved. With that said, we went into a lot more detail in the resolution than we typically do in resolutions to set forth the basis. A lot of the information that's in the resolution, we could have provided it to you in the form of a legal opinion. However, we just put it in the resolution so this way everyone is aware of it and we can move forward with that. The bottom line is the town would basically be responsible for the payment of any legal fees that these 2 individuals may accrue. The basis for that is because of the alleged acts would not have occurred in the absence of their public participation and involvement in the city, in the town, as well as the overriding public purpose that could stifle any individual from coming forward for service, for public service. And the court case that we cited in the resolution is Thronberger versus the city of Fort Walton Beach. And that particular case tried to explain the difference between recovery of attorney fees by an elected official that is statutorily based in section 111.07. There is a basis there for the recovery, but this case talked about under common law for the public policy reasons that I mentioned. There is also a separate basis for the recovery of fees. So in the event you did not satisfy the requirements of section 111.07, there would still be a theory for recovery under the common law. So that case is very crystal clear about that opportunity to recover. So in view of the fact that 2 recall petitions have been filed, I do want to point out that the role of the town clerk is simply ministerial. They do not make any substantive discretionary calls on the validity of the signatures that is being made by the supervisor of elections. The signatures, a number of signature petitions were received and processed in accordance with the statute, which is section 100.361. They were delivered to the supervisor of elections, who has 30 days to review those signatures, and then will notify the town clerk, whether it's Jason or Amy, and then we'll take the next step at that point. If a sufficient number of signatures have been obtained, then the recall petition process would continue with a response due within 5 days. If the number of signatures is not sufficient, the town clerk would be certifying to you what the number was that was received from the supervisor of elections. That's where we are at this point. I did mention the 30-day process. The 30-day deadline would be July the 2nd. So we could hear something from the supervisor of elections in writing tomorrow, or any time up through July the 2nd. So the basis of this resolution is to go ahead and affirm that the town is responsible, based on Florida law, for the reimbursement of any legal fees that these two individuals may incur because of this recall petition that has been filed. I also want to state on the record that in the event that the recall petition process continues and a special election is called for the recall, that would also be additional money that the town would be responsible for payment.
Do you have questions for Nancy on this?
I have a couple comments, but I don't have any additional questions.
Scott, any questions?
Would these legal fees be covered by insurance possibly?
So we have been working with the Florida Municipal Attorneys Trust. We've gotten some conflicting responses from them because, again, these recall petitions don't happen every day. So they're looking closely at the language within their policy, and we're continuing to analyze it to see if there's a basis. So at this point, it's kind of unknown. I think they're leaning towards finding that there is no coverage. There could be for ethics violations, but possibly not for this. But we're not ready to say no coverage, but it doesn't look real good at this point.
So my other question is whether we, vote to approve this or not, due to Florida law, we're still gonna be on the hook.
That is correct. And it's just a matter of, do you want to go ahead and work with your council members, because it will be a cost that they'll have to incur should they choose to challenge the recall petition in court.
Is this, my final question, is this is a reimbursement, this is not we're paying for their
That is
fees?
correct. It would be a reimbursement.
So Nancy, just walk.
For reasonable fees.
Well, walk me through, or those that are probably still paying attention to the scenarios. So, the different scenarios could be, if I understand this correctly, is if there are not enough petitions that come back as certified, this essentially ends there.
Right, so just as when you put something on the ballot for a charter change, the supervisor of elections says this many people voted for it, this many people voted against it. So we will get something in writing from the supervisor of elections that says this many signatures were valid and accurate. And at that point, if it is not enough, the town clerk would notify you and certify to you that that's the number that was received.
Okay, and then let's continue on with the scenarios. Then if there are enough signatures, then
What happens next?
exactly.
The town clerk would notify the two council members, and they would have, I believe it's 5 days to file a defensive statement.
And that would more than likely come from working with an attorney at that point to come up with that 200-word
That would be their
good
call.
decision. Okay. And so let's say whether it's an attorney or it's not an attorney that does that, and it moves, where does it go from there?
Then, once that defensive statement is made, that is attached to the allegation in the recall petition, and then another signature gathering, endeavor occurs.
And then, so then you go to the second round of, and the reason I'm asking all these questions is because we received emails that have basically said, if this were to get approved, that it would be the town trying to thwart any process that is allowed to our constituents. And whether this is approved or not, that is not the case, is my.
No, this particular resolution is to reimburse for any type of legal fees that they have to incur, in addressing the recall petition.
So it is not gonna thwart any due process to any party involved in this case, whether
No,
it's
the
approved or not.
recall petition will go on.
Right.
They will just have representation, in whatever if they get counsel, whatever their attorney tells them would be, an appropriate, response. I mean, maybe it's a lawsuit that's filed, maybe it's just to wait until a further part in the process. I'm not in a position to
Understood.
advise them.
No, I understand. And then it would go to that final round of petitions if it got that far, and
And then ultimately on the ballot with a special election, which again would be costs that the town would have to incur. The town clerk would be working with the supervisor to schedule that special election.
okay, thanks for answering my questions.
Okay.
All right, comments, you have any comments, Jim, or?
Yeah, I wanted to say, I think, aside from the legal arguments that Nancy just made, I'm reminded of a gentleman by the name of Raymond Donovan. In the early 80s, he was a successful businessman, and he was asked to go into public service by President Reagan to serve as his labor secretary. And he did so. And of course, President Reagan had different viewpoints than his predecessor, President Carter. And obviously, Mr. Donovan was in a hot seat trying to defend President Reagan's labor policies. And a couple years later, while he was serving as cabinet secretary, he was indicted and on a litany of charges. He resigned from labor secretary right before the trial. President Reagan stood by him. He was eventually acquitted of all charges, exonerated. The jury actually applauded the verdict, which found him completely innocent. And he's sadly famously known for a comment that he made afterwards to the media, where he said, "To which office do I go to now to get my reputation back?" And this recall process is problematic in that it encourages either slander, defamation, or innuendo. The process is also problematic in that it works under the premise that one is assumed guilty until proven innocent. This is obviously contrary to our country's judicial ideals. Therefore, I will be supporting this resolution.
Scott, any comments?
No, I believe if there's Florida state law that backs this up, that whether we, agree with this or not, we're still gonna be on the hook for these fees. So, I'm leaning that way.
Yeah, my comments were similar to what I emailed to many of the people that I heard from today. Although flawed, I respect the process in which our constituents have to be able to go forward with demanding a recall or going through the recall. But I also believe in the due process of those that are accused. Not as eloquently said as what Vice Mayor said, but I agree with everything that he said. We're in a position where, again, I think this is an extremely flawed process, but it is a process. We don't make the process, but we are required to follow the process, just like they are. And to your point, Scott, the state statute says that as an employee of the town, that they're entitled to reimbursement should there need to be reimbursement, whether we pass this resolution or not, if I'm not mistaken, is what you said, Nancy?
That's correct. State statute has one remedy, but common law has an additional remedy, which is much broader for policy purposes.
Okay. And although, I'm not in favor of expending taxpayer money on lawsuits as much as possible.
Yeah, nor am I.
Right, I don't think anybody is. Nor am I in favor of asking those that have brought the recall position or petition to be responsible to fund an election should there be an election. So if the town has got to pay for this, it's gonna go through its process, it sounds like. I'm gonna support this, because I think, one, we have to, both morally and legally, and we'll let the process play out, and we'll see where it goes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just for a second, just to get it on the record, that I have a voting conflict, and I did fill out the Form 8B and submitted it to the clerk.
Okay?
And I did as well. I have already filled out the form and submitted, so I will not be voting.
Okay. With that, there's no more comments, is there a motion? Well, I will make the motion to approve resolution number 25-211.
I'll second.
We got a motion by Mayor Allers, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Do you want a roll call vote, Nancy?
Yes.
Okay, I'm an aye. Counselor Safford?
Aye.
And Counselor, Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0 unanimously with Councilmember Woodson and King abstaining. Anything else, Nancy?
I have a conflict on the 26th of June, which would be your joint meeting with LPA, so I will not be attending, either one of our other attorneys, or will participate remotely, if that's okay.
Okay.
Also, I wanna thank you for your patience today on some of these, development approvals as they're going forward with conditions. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we're changing our process a little bit, and we're gonna give you more detail up front, so we can hopefully eliminate any type of delay on the back end.
And I appreciate that, and I just want to reiterate that this is a welcome change, both from myself as well as the development world out there. I was getting calls about it's taking a long time to get the signed final resolution or ordinance, but it's specifically because of this reason, the difference in between what you may have heard and what their council may have heard. And if this expedites, maybe that's not a word. Expedites, thank you.
Yeah.
I was stuck on dippers.
Yeah.
If this expedites that process for both sides involved, if an approval happens, I'm certainly in favor of it. Is that all I got?
I think so, and just along those lines, we would encourage anyone, property owners as well as their representatives, to bring language to first reading, so that you don't see it for the very first time at second reading, and that will help expedite as well, because between first and second reading, then we can sit down and talk with them about any changes that are needed.
Good idea. Sounds like you got it covered. Is that all you got?
That's it.
All right. Next will be council member items and report. Counselor Safford.
I think Kathy Turner's number of minutes per town council meeting is catching up to John McClain. Congratulations.
It is close.
It's close. I have nothing. I hope you guys all have a great recess.
We still got a meeting.
Yeah, well,
One more left.
joint meeting.
Yes. Counselor Woodson.
I have nothing except thank you. Appreciate it.
Vice Mayor.
This is sort of boring, Jeff. I know you get asked a lot, but it's getting hot this summer. I'm just curious, for people that want to take a dip in the town swimming pool, if you have any sort of an optimistic vision. I know it's not. I know it's not completely under your control.
Yeah, we've hit a couple, of course, roadblocks. One, we had the design RFQ come back, as we did for the other two projects, the tower and Newton Park. And we are required to get 3 quotes on those 3 bids, and we didn't hit that threshold on any of them, so now we have to rebid and hopefully get 3 bids on each category for design to even start the process of designing it. So it's unfortunate. We had 2 on a couple of them, but we gotta wait for that process to come about. And I'm not sure exactly what happens if we keep getting only 2, but the requirements say we need 3 bids to come in order for it to qualify as a successful bid, and we just haven't had that yet. So we're gonna put it back out if it hasn't already. Wait the 30 days, whatever we need to wait, and hopefully we get 3 people to bid on it.
Is the funding in line at this point?
It's still in line. We haven't obviously got the funding yet, but I don't know if you know more about that, Frankie, or.
Yeah, so the funding was already secured by the town based on the viability of the project. So it'll go for another round of RFQs, If that's not substantially comes back in our favor, what they do is they reevaluate each project, and either you have to tweak it, you have to do something with it. It would be put out for a final time then to see if it does meet that qualification. The county was very upcoming with us. They guaranteed our funding up front, where a lot of communities had to be reimbursed first. We are very anxious to get that in our favor, because unlike a lot of projects, we would be able to move almost instantaneously. Yeah, it was kind of a shortcoming.
And if you want to stay cool, though, I got some other good news. Bay Oaks is going to probably be open for pickleball starting maybe next week. The floor people have to come in and do some touch-up on the floor, so we don't want to mess that up. But here in the next probably week and a half, we'll be providing indoor pickleball as well as open basketball. At least it started out, and then the weight room equipment will be here. It should be here starting July 6th. They have to get it all set up, so we'll make an announcement very shortly as to when the weight room and cardio room will be open for the residents. So things are looking good. Air conditioning works real well in there, so we'll have more information on our website and put out some other information about when we're going to open up those various programs for sure.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Town Manager, normally I would just do this in our one-on-ones, but it's kind of an issue that affects everybody on the island. Shortly after the storm, Frankie and I took a stab at trying to resurrect a long-time discussed war memorial at the Bayside Veterans Park. And we made a valid attempt, and we had an artist enlisted to help us who was part of the Vietnam Memorial out in DC, helped work on the facade for the Vietnam Memorial, and sadly he kind of faded out of the project, and we had a nice quote from Ronald Reagan and a quote from John F. Kennedy for the monument that everybody had agreed to, so there was no controversy around it. And Frankie, having a geology background, was already looking at stone, and I just would encourage us all to refocus on that one more time. I'd love to have your input as a veteran and someone who has seen a lot of memorials, I'm sure, in your day. We have a location at the Bayside Park for this monument, and the will is there. I think we've got funding, Frankie, and we certainly not for lack of trying, but I just want to encourage us all as a community to make one more stab at that, and I think it's very doable. But I think with your unique background in service, I think you could help put us over the finish line. So just wanted to make you aware of it, encourage everybody to stay encouraged, because we've not forgotten, and it'll be a nice sort of icing on the cake for that Bayside Veterans Park.
It'll be my honor.
Excellent.
And if I may, if you notice some activity going on down there, we are starting to put in the flagpole.
Oh,
or
great.
flag poles. There's a 4-foot by 9-foot FP&L vault right where we were going to put it that we didn't know about once they started
Imagine.
digging, or we knew about it. I wasn't aware of it until we had to look up the plans. So we're at least going to do one flagpole if we can fit 3. The ones at Town Hall just went in last week.
They look great.
And then it should be the same setup if we can fit all 3. We do want to put a POW flag down at the memorial too. So that should be in place in the next, if we can, whenever we can get to it and find a spot.
Well, and having those poles there, that's where we're close to where we're going to have the memorial. So that might help inform us in terms of the placement and the style
Sure.
of the memorial as well. So
Yep.
all good. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Counselor King.
As the council liaison to Murph, we met last week. The committee asked me to come to council for approval to accept Mulholland Stewardship Award nominations. Normally those have to be in by March 31st, but they have not been collected for the last couple of years because of ongoing events in the community. So they would like us to approve them accepting them beginning immediately.
Got my consent.
That's it.
Consent?
I'm good.
Thank you. That's it for me.
That's all you got? All right. Well, I would guess I'll just, under mine, I'll give everybody a brief update of the, first I want to thank everybody for allowing us to take a break to work on the school situation. Had a good conversation with Superintendent Carlin, Mr. Savage, no, I just lost his name. Mr. Fisher, Chair Fisher, Congressman Donalds, and Jesse Purdon, who's a council member, also works for Donald's office up in DC. it was very productive. We didn't come to an absolute resolution, but I think, I will say that everybody's agreed to stay in touch. I believe August is when we're hoping that they will be able to have this discussion at the school board level to see where we're at. We did, in having a conversation with the ad hoc committee and with staff, came up with some alternative ideas to what they had, threw those out there to them. They did not shut them down. They did say that they thought it was an interesting, their words were, it was an interesting proposal or an interesting idea that they certainly want to take back. There's some information that I think the staff, if you can help out getting, one of the conversations was about how the school board acquired that land and what that transaction entailed. Obviously, one of their concerns is, as we would be concerned up here, if we were sitting in their shoes, is, you know, they have a financial responsibility to their constituents just like we do, and you know, getting more details. So I think it was left in a good spot. If I'm just reading between the tea leaves, and I'm certainly not speaking for them, being a public school wasn't a lot of conversation about it continuing on to be a public school. There was a lot of talk about going the charter route. What exactly that looks like, I think, is still going to be discussed. But I'm encouraged that they took a lot of information. They shared some points that they had. I shared some points that have been relayed through all the ad hoc committee meetings, and Vice Mayor Earlholt's conversations up here at the dais. But again, I want to say, I think it was very productive. Denise and I will continue to stay in conversation if everybody's okay with that, and hopefully honing into what a good resolution that will work for both sides. We all understand the financial responsibility that is contained in that ILA agreement. We also all understand, you know, sometimes you just got to stop putting good money after bad. And I think that's kind of where we're at this point. But I think if we can continue to have good open dialogue with the school board, that we'll be able to reach a resolution that is not ideal for both sides, but definitely not horrible for either side. So their willingness to stay at the table and not shut anything down yet, or not close any doors, I think is progress. And then, as I said, there was through Congressman Donald's office, there was an agreement that we would get an update or try to revisit this in a formal setting through the school board sometime in August, so that he can be updated as to where we're at. So, but one of the big pieces that I think all sides really wanted to know, and was very important in how we go forward, is how that land swap happened, or where it came from, because nobody really seems to know. Was there any financial money changed hands? Was it just given? How did that whole thing happen? They don't know, we don't know. So I think if we can get that information, that would be something. Then, you know, we could go back with the superintendent and say, here's what we found. What did you find? My guess is it's probably gonna have to require some legal work to.
Yes, I go ahead, and if it's okay, I'll order some title work done on our parcel, and I can go ahead and do it on their parcel too, if you like.
Well, I don't know if
Title
it,
search.
I think we can do both. I mean, I think we understand how we acquired Bay Oaks from the county, but I don't know if it was a similar thing. And maybe some of those that have a lot of institutional knowledge that have been here for decades could help us lead to where, because my guess is it probably happened before the town incorporated, when it was a county.
So I've heard rumblings that, that there is possibly some type of reverter or restriction that was placed on the school board property, that it would only be used for school or possibly recreational use, and that would be embedded in one of the documents in the title.
Yeah, you know, and in our conversations, it was what makes the most financial sense for both sides, right? They understand our goal is to make sure that the school in one form or fashion stays on this island as it has for almost 9 decades. They understand that, they support that. Now, what that looks like, whether it's a hybrid or whether it's a charter school, we don't really know what that's gonna be, but the conversation did shift to money, which most conversations do. And I think the more details that we have, the better our conversations could be going to that next level.
And there was also a land deal that happened when Roger was town manager.
Yes.
With Because we were informed of it, that's when we were looking at the administrative building to be built, and there was a land shift that took place, so that would have been in, I think, 2025,
It would have been, well,
or
I think,
2024, maybe?
I think it was before Ian when that happened, because
Yes.
there was discussion about building the building kind of where we sit, the new.
Right.
And in order to put the ball fields in the back corner over where the park is, we had to do some shifting of land with an interlocal agreement with the school board, which involved, their parking lot, involved the playground where for the kids. So it was a long process, but that interlocal agreement worked itself out to where that I believe has officially been swapped, and that's all been done. So
It would
the
have been-
landlines are where the landlines are now. It's, but I don't know that that's gonna have a huge impact as to what we're gonna find out, what money was changed hands or wasn't changed hands. Because I think that's gonna be very, very important. All three sides agree that's gonna be very important in future negotiations. Any other questions you get for me? I could answer the best I can, and there was really not a lot of detail as far as, it's just that, they obviously, Denise and Fisher, Mr. Fisher couldn't speak on behalf of the board, much like I can't speak on behalf of everybody up here. But I think we've started an open conversation about an idea that wasn't necessarily in the 5 options that were presented, so, the more detail we can get, the better off we'll be prepared to have that next conversation. Any other questions? All right. Anything else, John?
Move to adjourn.
All right, I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.